We're live. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to give it like a little minute here. I think we're live though. I give it a little second for all the people to hop on in because, well, the moment you click live is not like a normal video, right? It takes a bit of time for everybody to start cooking, start hopping on in. And today has been a really interesting day. So, for all of y'all that have not been keeping up to date, some interesting things have been happening to the price, but I've also had a bit of an epiphany. I've been sitting here in my hotel room for about half an hour looking at the charts, and I came to one very interesting conclusion. I think right now is that time to, let me quickly actually preface this by saying, this stream is not financial advice. Nothing I say in this stream should be seen as financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I will never make any guarantees, and nothing I do should be replicated. Because I'm just me, and I do whatever I want to do, but I don't know how to give good disclaimers. So anyway, this stream was all inspired by one very specific post I saw earlier today, and I thought I should bring it to y'all's attention. Well, there's a few. One of them was this right here. 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗀𝗃, one of the guys, said, "Life is really so short. Take a chance, go long." Well, the response I'd like to give to that is, when I look at the comment section, the most asked question by far is, even though the price is up, is it still worth getting more? Should we still be buying into the bull run, or should we be looking at selling? And some of my friends, what they've decided to do is they opened positions quite early for ETH, Bitcoin, XRP, whatever, and they are exiting now. And you might be looking at those videos thinking the same. Should you be exiting positions? Should you be entering? Let me give my thoughts. So again, not advice. These are what I think I would do in a position, not what you should do. So, in the current scenario, what we're seeing right now in the crypto market, what I feel is happening is it's the start of an altcoin season. Taking a look at some of the more recent announcements that have come out, for example, this new announcement by Elizabeth Warren. It's really funny, actually. Senator Elizabeth Warren says crypto could destroy the entire US economy. Let's, you know what, for fun, let's quickly give this a little watch, shan't we? So let me quickly put this.
And guardrails to make sure that crypto isn't used to blow up our entire economy. So I'm very worried about that, but I want to add one more twist, and that is the Clarity bill has all those problems, but it also has a provision in it that would let any company listed on the New York Stock Exchange opt out of SEC regulation by just digitizing themselves, put themselves on the blockchain, and all of a sudden it turns out that Amazon or Meta or General Motors is no longer governed by the SEC. You do realize that literally would blow up the value of the New York Stock Exchange. That whole system, and guardrails
to some extent, I'm not that happy with the choosing of words right there. I don't know why she had to, use the B word so many times in one little speech of hers, but hey, we can't help him sometimes. But basically, to get back to it, if you see the opposition the crypto market is facing right now, I think one thing becomes quite interesting, or quite certain, quite simple to view. It is that, as it currently stands, from BlackRock's perspective, these Bitcoin ETF, these crypto products, have been their most profitable new thing, their new instrument to date. There's a lot of oldies, I'm gonna call it, who just do not understand this new tech, who just do not want to see it grow. This battle will only keep getting stronger, but at the helm of it all is not Elizabeth Warren, but it's Trump. And if there's one thing we can be pretty certain about, is that Trump likes to make money, and that his family is very involved in crypto, that their own coin hasn't even properly launched yet, the World Liberty Finance. And I really still believe that until that coin is out there, he's been pushing it down everybody's throats. We still have not seen the craziest of the crypto market yet. But there are more indicators. One is every single person around you delusional? Now, if we take a look at my chat box right now, because I'm streaming so we can see that. But if I always ask, specifically now, if I'm asking, hey, do you guys think the market is done pumping? Do you guys think we can still go further? What about still most people are saying, I'm skeptical, I think, I hope, well. Whereas at peak bull market, at peak prices, at peak portfolio, most people are taking screenshots, are super excited and say, this is going another 10x. In this point, right, almost nobody is saying that. Most people are saying, but what if a correction? What if a correction? Whereas in peak euphoria, again, you see euphoria mostly everywhere. You start hearing people in the streets talk about it. And fun fact, I am hearing it. I have heard somebody in, I was going to like a big tourist attraction today, and I heard some people a little bit across from me talk about them buying $1,000 worth of some asset. So it is starting, right? Because I remember at a conference a while back, whenever every Uber you found, every this and that you found, they all were talking about cryptocurrency. They all were talking about the XRP they held or this or that and this or that. Right now, it's still very minimal. Once we're at the peak, you will see it. But getting back to my earlier point, Pentoshi posted this, take a chance, go long. Now, I can't advise you what to do, right? I'm not a financial advisor. But if I really start thinking about it, the reason I am opening more and more positions these days is not really because I necessarily think this is where the price starts sparking up, essentially, right? There is a chance for a little further decline. It mostly comes along the lines of, if I had $1,000 right now and I saved them all up, even $10,000, well, then what? I've had $10,000 in the bank. It's not going to do me that much good. Maybe help out with some minor things, right? Things that aren't the house, like maybe a part of a car, maybe a few new cars in some countries. It just depends on, you know, what your standard of living is. But in general, I still stand by the earlier stated statements from analysts, which say, from almost any angle, I think, you know, if you look at the risk-to-reward ratio, it is quite worth it to just go a bit delusional here. As long as your liquidation, if we're talking about a long, is not that high, where you're wicked out already at like a minus 20% move, you really should ask yourself, is it not worth it to, if everybody is talking about this 6-month window, to just try it out? And the more I realize that, the more I start sitting here looking at the chat box, because by the way, right now, I'll get back to it, all right? I'm seeing a lot of y'all popped in. We've got about 210 people in here. If you're watching this right now, make sure you go ahead and press that like button. You've got nothing to lose. We have a little donation in there as well. Let me quickly read that. It is History Bear saying, committed to $5. Thank you for that. Saying, this video is for education and entertainment purposes only. I very much agree with that. So, by the way, a little roll call. Where's everybody watching from? All right, I'll cover everything in just a second, all the countries. But just quickly put it in there already. You're saying drink some water, bro. I got so much water right here. We good? All right, I always am stacked up. Wow. California girls are unforgettable. Yeah. So I'll get back to all the countries in just a second. I just want to finish that story real quick. Anyway, so I sat here sitting looking at these prices for a little bit, and I realized, first of all, it is funny how a lot of memes are popping off. Bonk, Floki, SPX, all of us, Fartcoin, are all of a sudden some of the best gainers of today. It made me realize the state of the market that we are in. But it also made me realize, if you just believed in something, right? And that does not mean just one thing alone. It doesn't necessarily have to be one asset. It could be a few. But if you just believed in something and you bought all the way throughout, the market going up, the market going down, or just held, most coins are back above the prices that we saw over the last few months, right? Most of them are not at all-time highs. XRP, ETH, and all of them are not at an all-time high, but they're getting closer and closer. They're inching closer and closer towards it. And many people that have just continued to buy consistently would be up tremendously right now. And if that's the case, which it turns out to be true, if that was the case for the recent couple of months, does it not hold true that even from this point on forward, if again, like I'm doing right now, I'm just buying consistently about $100,000 every single day is the goal, right? Might be between $50,000 and $100,000. Why am I doing that? Just to be very open and blunt with you, to add to these longs, is because from the way I see it, the probability of us going absolutely crazy from here is so high that I'm comfortable with the downside of us going down a pretty good penny in a day, because theoretically speaking, only one of these we have to be right on. If we buy into Floki, but accidentally it's the day before a 10% drop, right? Well, maybe perhaps we had Bonk. So that was 25% up in the day, so it kind of evens itself out. And specifically with the way we do our bosses, specifically the way we do our trades, You only need a few really, really good winners, which on average you have, unless the market tackles because of something, for example, that Trump said. Overall, it's quite hard to wreck yourself, even if you buy a couple of coins that are dumb, right? For example, recently here, we bought 𝗕𝗓𝗪 at a pretty unfortunate time. But I said before, I think if we just keep waiting it out, it will actually still benefit, right, off of just the volatility. We just got to be patient right there. Because also, if you take a look at something we bought basically the same day, just before that, 𝗬𝗓, you can see that 𝗬𝗓 fully covered the loss and its own profit. Just, and we can continue this on, right? Bengu's doing pretty freaking good, but then at the end, 𝗬𝗓's doing bad. Well, maybe another one can compensate for the 𝗬𝗓. Because the crypto market, it tends to slowly but surely move upwards. It's not a guarantee. It's just what we've observed, right? And so if you give it enough time, like we've seen with XLM, and we just keep continuing a strategy, or for example, just buying a certain amount every single day, thus far, it's never lost. Maybe soon it will, but I think, again, from almost any angle, it is worth that play. Let's quickly see what we had today. We have in the chat a lot of different countries. Let me pop this out. There we pop out chat. There we go. Let's pop this out. Let's, wait a minute. It's stuck. There we go. It's easier to see this way. All right, so today we got Paraguay, Australia, nice. Hawaii, nay. I don't know exactly what that's supposed to be. Miami, San Francisco, California. Top pan, baby. Did I win 75 XRP? I'm not sure what that's all about. What's up, Dusty? Where are we heading to 330, 324? What? Why 324? I bought 𝗕𝗪𝗪𝗏. Damn. At work. All right, all right. Hey, Dusty, what are those bots you have? I talk about them every single day. Bullish. Just kidding. Oh, okay. Oh. Wait, that's 𝗕𝗪𝗪𝗏. I see. My average cost is 0.28. That's crazy. Chile. I was just in Chile. It was one of the best countries I've been in. Amazing, amazing country. Texas, Louisiana, Buenos Aires, Argentina in the house. Hey. Right? My flight was just from Argentina. Buenos Aires was also pretty cool. Was way more colorful in the outskirts and way more historically beautiful looking than I thought it would be. Like, I have a lot of countries to compare it to now because I've been doing the South America tour for the last couple of weeks here. And Central America. Man, it's awesome. The only stuff I still need to go to are New Zealand and Australia. All right, obviously the other side of the world, but those I still got to visit. The rest, it's all been amazing. Every single country I've seen so many cool things, so many historic buildings. Awesome, awesome. So many cool things. Denmark was also pretty cool actually. It looks a bit the same. It's not that different to many other European places. Pura vida, yes, this a lot of people say. All right, Pepe says, you could lose tons of money. One wrong move by Trump will be bad already. They're fighting in Congress, not good. This is one thing a lot of people say as well, and I have to agree with that. I have to agree that if all of a sudden things do hit the fan, the more you are committed to a bull market, the worse it's going to hurt. And Miles had a good saying on that a while back. I covered it saying, whenever the market's moving up, you feel like you're underexposed. Whenever the market's moving down, you feel like you're overexposed. But Atlas had a good quote as well. Actually, let's start his first one first. I started almost a year ago with 500 followers and $10 in a Phantom wallet. I did $10 to 855,000 in less than a year. And I did it all by actually locking myself in a room. I quit all my hobbies, gym, soccer, boxing, all gone. 18-hour days in front of a computer, but it was worth it. Well, I'm not 100% sure that is very much worth it. 18-hour days for a year and becoming miserable in the process, because I don't know. I don't feel like you have to necessarily quit the gym to be able to get these things done. I think you could do it 16 hours a day instead of 18, but that's, besides the point. The second one was more important, but this actually just meant, even though you could be lying, because a lot of people on the internet do, make sure you keep that in the back of your head. It is quite true that I personally think if you are putting in enough time, it is very, very hard to fail. I don't know anybody who tried really, really hard over the last few months and has done bad. I really don't know anybody. It's only when people get lazy or think it's deserved for them, like they should get it without effort. But if you really try this hard, right now, 6 months, 16-hour days. But again, if you're working, yeah, you maybe can't do that. But then we're talking about just putting all the effort in besides your work, for example. Maybe even on the job, whenever you got a break. We're talking about really trying your absolute best is best. I would say it's quite hard to not do well. Because I also started out with $20, right? I won a giveaway. I had nothing in crypto, $0. I had no way to buy it. I had $0 in this, and I used that $20 to try and make it a bit more and try and make it a bit more. You find $7 here. Oh, you find $2 right there. You keep adding. All of a sudden, it's $100. Now you're playing the game again. You keep trying. All of a sudden, it's a couple $100. All of a sudden, it's a couple $100 more. All of a sudden, it's 7,000. And you might say, all of a sudden. Well, if you've seen some of my XRP trades, Bitcoin trades over time, you realize we put 1K in and it's 60K now. And I'm not saying you should easily be able to do that or anything like that. I'm just saying it is very much possible, especially if your risk is a bit higher. Essentially, you only need to be a little bit lucky with the timing on that, or, if you're in a bit of a higher leverage situation. But even if you're in low leverage, as long as the price doesn't crash after you open it almost instantly, it might be so that the price moves up a little bit from your entry, then has a crash, but it doesn't actually wreck you. And then from there moves on further and further and further. And if you didn't go all in all at once, which I used to do back in the day, I did go all in a few times, right? I mean, if I look back at the 2017 run, since Bitcoin went from, I don't even know what the low was from before that. But let's just say I can't even remember. But the high was 20,000, right? Let's say you were in at $2,000 and you had $2,000, right? One Bitcoin. You can see over the years how much has gone to now, but that's hindsight. At that point, Bitcoin went from 2,000 to 20. Maybe you started with $1,000, right? But you've grinded your way up by buying various different coins to 2,000, which was at that point one Bitcoin, let's say. Now you rode it all the way up to cashing it out at 20K. You've got 20K now on just Bitcoin. This is kind of good. I'm just stating some examples. Now you rode the next wave, which for example could have been XRP. Maybe XRP did a 25x afterwards, which again, you might have not rode all the way, but maybe you rode a 3x. So you've turned your 20K right now into 60K. You were able to catch 2 more plays, both which resulted in you making 20,000 again from, maybe doubling your money with 20K put in. Now you're at 100K. Again, is it that easy? I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying some people like to look at just one-by-one cases of, I got $200 and this needs to turn into $1 million, so how do I do that? It's impossible. And I like to say, well, the first goal is to turn that 200 into 300, right? How do we do that? Is it going to be easy? No. But essentially, the bigger your number becomes, most of the stuff stays the same. The only difference is your mindset. It becomes harder and harder to make money the more you have. But the counter is making money becomes easier. But, the percentages, unless you're talking about significant sums of money, turning $1,000 into $2,000 and turning $1 million into $2 million is very often for a lot of people the same. The only thing is, if we're talking about earning the money, it's obviously the lower the number is, the easier it is. If we're talking about earning $1,000, I can think of a lot of ways to earn $1,000 in like a few days, maybe 2 days, right? To earn $1 million in actual earnings, there's a lot of ways, but it's way harder to think of. Then again, doubling your money from whatever money point you started at. Again, I'm not giving you any guarantees. I'm not telling you can do it. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm not telling you to send me anything. I'm not your financial advisor. I'm just saying, theoretically speaking, there are a lot of ways in which it is quite similar. Anyway, to get back to the point though, he said, always take profits. In the trenches, greed is your number one enemy. Now, many of you are not in the proper meme coin trenches, which is fine, but still, essentially, you are in the similar situation where over a whole run, right? I talked about these tiny goals you should always be having, but greed will be one of your biggest enemies. If the number is big enough to take a screenshot, take some out. If the number is big enough to tell your friends, take some out. If the number is big enough to change your life, take it all out. The last part I wouldn't agree with, because if I look back at my own history, even if you can change your entire life, you might forever feel empty with it. But then again, if I look at some of my friends earn $2 million with crypto. They buy a house. Now they pay, let's say, $1 million for the house. They have $1 million to buy 2 cars, for example. No, let's say they buy a $1.5 million house, $500,000 on the cars. Their crypto's finished. They've got zero, but they were able to buy a house and cars, and they've got some money left for their expenses. So they're solid. They're done. They've got a new foundation for life, and they're happy with that. And my counter would be, unless you have something that really can generate you a lot of income, to some extent, it might feel empty because all of a sudden, from watching this stuff every day, having potential to turn it into generations of money, now you got to start over. You have a nice base though, which again, for some people might bring comfort, but that all depends on you. But the previous point, if the number is big enough to take a screenshot, take some out, it's very close to home. There have been many times where I screenshotted something realizing I should have sold it all, but that's especially in coins that you do not see longevity for. The thing is, if I screenshot, for example, my Bitcoin, XRP, and ETH holdings, which I do every now and then, I realized that maybe tomorrow it'll be worth a lot less, but essentially it doesn't matter too much over a multi-month span because I still believe it will be worth significantly more over a few months period. Is just the fact that it could drop a lot. I mean, if I look at my portfolio back in January and then in last month, it was down so tremendously. A lot of people would do some crazy things over that. But then right now, it's all the way back up. I mean, not peaked, I think, just the main ledgers, but it's doing pretty freaking good. And there is a lesson in that, which is, again, like I've told you, the reason I'm buying so significantly every single day. Well, I'm just going to be adding more and more positions. It doesn't matter. I just bought a new bunch of Solana. I'm actually not even that excited about Sol. It was just, I bought this like an hour ago on the toilet. I think something like that. Why? Again, it was just a random, I felt like it. Why? Because I can, and because the size is so small. If the price goes down like 50% on my margin, right? So we're down $1,000, I'll just double it. If it goes down further, I'll double it again. I wanted to initially buy just a big bunch of Solana, but I told y'all, I want to get all these positions stacked up. So it doesn't really matter where I enter. I just do not want to be that guy who buys in and then the price starts coming down so much. So my strategy is, instead of buying all at once, I just stack it up over a few day period. Now again, if you're doing spot, that is all even way easier. If you're doing leverage, essentially you could be that guy to take a risk and it all works out. I mean, you could literally start out with 20K and all of a sudden you do really, really well. You took that chance, it goes the right direction, and you make a few $1,000,000 in a week. The problem is, if you're not, maybe you've ruined your chances of making generational wealth in a run, which is why people like to stay away from just the one to win it all type of strategies. And for example, the bot strategy, why it's so profitable over time and why I very often use it instead of longs, it's just because it gives you longevity and it keeps trading, it keeps going on, even if things were to go against you. You see, Algorand, it's going down since we bought. This is what the stream wanted, by the way. You guys decided to buy. But now we see, actually, in just 2 days, it also generated me 2% in grid profits by just running itself. So even if over time, the price comes back to our entry and not even higher, well, first of all, we might have actually bought the dip somewhere else, but also maybe by that time, the volatility has been so much that the grids actually cashed me out, the total amount of profit that it would be at a loss at that point, maybe. Doofus says, I like that name. Hey, I watched you for the first time last night. You're pretty chill. What's your thought on Bonk? It's gone up a lot this last month, and it doesn't seem to be going down, just slowly up every day. Well, those are meme coins. The same thing for 𝗵𝗵𝗃, funny enough, hey, but what's up, bro? The same thing for Bonk, the same thing for MOG, the same thing for many of those, right? SPX. You could be really, really lucky, and this run just continues day after day after day for weeks on end. I mean, 𝗏𝗏 is up 30% today, but essentially it's only up 40% in the week. It's not that much. I mean, even Bonk, even XLM, even Curve are up way more. It's not that much. But my counter would be, if you're not buying these at cheap prices, right? Or you're not buying them when the momentum is really, really hot, where you're almost like feeling a certain amount of hype flowing towards that coin, you might be left holding the bag for a very long time, which I don't think is the same for many, top tier cryptos. For example, Bonk. The reason I don't open many positions for memes is, first of all, because they move so much more in a day and that can wreck a lot of people, but also because I find it more scary that I don't believe in these things long term. All right, there's a few ones I believe in and I bought the dip for. Dogecoin I think is solid. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 I think is solid. Shiba Inu is not my favorite, but I still think it'll do quite well over the run. But essentially, you could have the same type of feeling with a Bonk or maybe even a 𝗏𝗏, maybe, right? Maybe you feel it. But I'm not personally attached to them, right? Bonk more so than 𝗏𝗏. So, I mean, if I had to choose one, I would never choose 𝗏𝗏 in a million years. But the same thing for Fartcoin. I've got a lot of Fartcoin because all my friends are such big Fartcoin fans, and it made me realize, well, I mean, if everybody's loving this, I might as well join in on the game. First of all, so I can talk about the jokes. Second of all, because I'm also happy if the price goes up, just like how they are happy. And third of all, and this is most important, my friends are all extremely wealthy. If they're buying into something, I might as well, like I said before, risk it for the biscuit. Especially if they've got, let's say some of them, have got way more money and they're trying this coin out, I might as well go for it. I might as well. Hey, there's been a few times where people were really, really excited and I lost hard. But I'm going to be honest with you, whenever my friends mostly buy, I always end up thinking, if only I got in more. Or if only I bought in more. If only I just was not a little whiny ass. Which comes back to to 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗀's post, which is, life's really freaking short. Take a chance, man. I mean, a lot of the people that I've seen that were in our team, for example, on the trading platforms, they took a chance. And most of them have done really, really well this week. There are some people that have started with a 50, maybe 70K account. I don't remember the exact number. But also a 50K XRP account. And have turned it to over $1 million in what? Maybe 2 weeks? I don't know if it's 10 days or 2 weeks. But it made me realize people are doing crazy things. And again, I'm not making no guarantees for you. All I got to say is, some nice soda. All I got to say is, if you were thinking of chances, this might be one of the craziest ones. Dusty, New York City / Gotham City in the building. What's up, man? Coming with the $5. Appreciate that. Watching says, I fancy a bonk. All right. It's me, Franco. It's a me. Says, thoughts on Zilliqa, especially after ZIL 2.0. ZIL has no hype right now. So maybe you're looking at the value thinking, hey, you know, Zilliqa is very much oversold. Not many people are talking about it, but I believe it should be placed higher. But I talk about crypto all the time, every single day, all day. And if I were to tell you that nobody has mentioned Zilliqa to me in all this time, you should take that as something. Let's see here real quick. Thoughts on 𝗬𝗪? You know, 𝗬𝗪 is a real bull market coin. Every single time the market moves up hard, people just like to buy 𝗬𝗪. But I'm going to be telling you right now, I don't even know what it does, actually. I just know that every single time the market moves up hard, people ape into 𝗬𝗪 like crazy. And right now, people are asking it again. Jesus Christ, he earns all that money, but he won't buy an Avro comb. Hey, this is how I like to do my hair, okay? I've been judged left and right every single day, but it could be worse. You know what? I went to a freaking, maybe I should, I should moisten those lips up a little bit. I went to a random ass barber. One of my boys hooked me up in Panama, and that was funny because I never go in random ass countries to a barber. All right, I don't know which country messed me up, but ever since then I've been afraid to step outside my door and be like, you know what? I remember going in Japan. I was so freaking afraid because they didn't understand a single word of English. And they look pretty cool. Like, sometimes, all right? This is besides knowledge. It's just not crypto. It's just a little. Sometimes, when you want to go to the barber, you look at the guy and you're like, is he going to be able to get it done? Especially with my type of hair. I got to look him in the eye and think if he's going to be able to get something done or if it's just going to be like a, a straight up line down. I got to see that in him, I got to feel that. So, sometimes like, hey, what's up, my bro? They don't speak English. He just knows, bro, what's up, bro? In China, in Japan, I've had similar things. And I don't remember one other country where they didn't speak English at all. And I looked at him and like, okay, I got to give him a chance. Now, the results are sometimes iffy because, again, they mostly do, I don't know, Asian people hair with still the fades, but it's Asian. It's different. It just. So right now, I was in Panama. And my friend texts me, he's like, bro, I got you one of the best hairdressers. This guy does for all the top people, all the do. But then I looked at my friend and I realized, he does your hair. And you're pretty, you're pretty white and pretty flat hair. Like, I told him, nah, I need a black guy. I just gave him those instructions. Like, I didn't want to beat around the bush saying, yeah, but can he do fades? I want some African or black guy, whatever, right? Whatever you got. Just some that knows this hair a little bit. And he pulled through, right? Got myself a nice little haircut over in South America, which, again, I'm always afraid to do. Regardless, so what's going on right here? Let's see. President Trump says digital assets are the future, and we are leading by a lot. Yeah, ultimately, this is actually what I wanted to say earlier in the stream as well. When you really start numbing it down, what is the probability that Trump's going to let this go to zero when it's BlackRock's most profitable thing and they have yet to really get in with their own coin? I feel as if this is a good start to things. Travel with your trimmers? Brother, I can do a lot of things, but one thing I cannot do is do my own hair, and I'm not letting any... I'm not letting any individual that don't know how to do hair close to this. At least your hair is not like 𝗕𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗃𝗏𝗀𝗃. Let's see what his hair looks like. Brother, what? I mean, I don't think it's close at all. I mean, it's not. I mean, maybe if I like were to pull it out, if I really start trying, maybe then it could be. You guys really think I look this crooked? Hey, you guys gotta, man. Is this all the effort I've been putting into this channel? And this is how y'all see me, huh? I see how it is. I'm cooked. Like, out of all the people you could have chosen, this is the one you guys are pulling me for. You know, sometimes they say money heals all things, but brother, oh boy, does this one sting. Anyway, I'll accept my my new. I'm gonna change my name on this platform. Nah, bro, you got a nicer fade, as if that's gonna help it out. Read it again. No, I read what you said. I read 100% what you said. I saw it. And he said, at least it's not, but the fact you had to compare me to that guy, damn, son. The excitement in your English is amazing. I can speak English quite nicely. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Why do you have to say in your English? As if you don't, you know. Did you look at me? You're like, this guy probably can't even speak English, this guy. It's like, at least the excitement in it is good. I was friends with Georgia's hair on Facebook. Bro, don't pull it. Your wig might fall. Hey, man, you know what? You know, let's go. Let's give them some of these charts a little watch. All right, I'm getting depressed out here. All right, so how is the altcoins doing? Altcoins still breaking out. Everything's still good on those. How is 𝗓𝗏 doing? 𝗓𝗏 actually forming a nice little consolidation, right? So mostly going sideways, not really breaking out any direction, just basically doing nothing is the easiest way I can pull it without getting too difficult with that. You could, no, I wouldn't say that actually, just mostly going sideways. XRP breakout still looking beautiful, and the funny fact is, many people faded this. Every single time, if you go back to the comments, there's a lot of people saying, yeah, but it will be back to freaking zero soon. And now look at where we're at. $3.05, still pounding, all right? Oh, sometimes that hits so nice, I don't know. If you never do a little, you gotta try it out. If your lips can't allow for it, you will never feel the joy that I'm feeling right now. Oh, let's see. My question is, how does he know that guy? Everybody knows that guy though, right? It's the one from One Does Not Simply. What do you think it will be in 6 months? I'm not sure if you're talking about the hair store or the market. If you're talking about alts or XRP, I've said before that any real marker on those levels, I think is stupid. And what I mean with that is if you put an exact price target on any of them, I think you are just not thinking far enough ahead. Because all I can tell you right now is that the market can either move really, really crazy, like stupid crazy, you know, this type of level, or it can just move really, really good. And the most differentiating factor right there will be your friends that you've not seen since college, right? The people who used to be kind of like a little stupid, you looked at them and you're like, you're kind of dumb, right? You're like, do you sniff glue? If you're looking at them thinking that like, once those people start outperforming and they start making tons of money with this digital crypto stuff, that's where, right, the things could really start popping up and going crazy. But not everyone is the same. Maybe it's going to be so that the regulations come in and these goofy things all of a sudden are not as fun anymore. But it could be that pump fund, for example, pops off so much, their live streaming feature goes so crazy, and all of a sudden people are buying the most dumbass coins left and right, and we actually go and make billions. All right? This is also another possibility there. Now again, how will we know beforehand? We won't. We will only see after the goofiness starts. And the reason I'm calling it goofiness and all these keywords right there is because, well, it's going to get goofy regardless. But just how goofy? Yeah, we will not know until we're there. When to take profit on XRP? This is a personal thing. So for me, I'd say one of the best profit targets is when I get really uncomfortable. And this could already be pretty soon, even at $5 to $7. If I'm looking at my portfolio, I let the hotel bring me some honey in case this were to ever happen again. Amazing. Anyway, continuing on with the story. Where were we? Where were we in the story? I'm lost. This honey got me completely on track. Look at this. That's amazing. Manuka honey. Wow. I'm totally lost right now. I have no freaking idea what I was talking about. Brother, why do you keep talking about the comb as well? Oh yeah, I think you talked about my target for XRP. If I'm looking at my portfolio, looking at everything and thinking about it, man, $5 would be amazing, right? Because that's like double. Okay, it's not, but almost double from here. Now, if you're not extremely crazy of a $5, $6 XRP, you're playing the game wrong. Because I'm already thinking at these prices like, damn, my portfolio is drilling itself. Why? Because we bought the dip after it hit those heights back in January. And if any of you did, your average price should be pretty freaking juicy and you should be stacked right now. But then again, I don't want to be that guy to sell at the start of a monumental run, which is why I'm not. Man, this honey is looking juicy, huh? Do you guys just ever dazzle yourself in honey? Just you wake up and you're like, yeah, let me go get some honey and just smur it all over yourself. Do you guys ever do that? Just out of curiosity, I'm asking, just, nothing weird, just out of curiosity. I'm like, I want to know. Like, do you guys also do that? No? Not many buyers. All right. Interesting. Anyway, let's continue on. You need more citrus. Don't sleep on XDC. XDC is also a really interesting coin. It's in a similar pack with 𝗕𝗄𝗃, Algorand, XRP, XLM, QNT, even though QNT this run is also not doing as much. But I'd say with coins like that, you are basically, in my opinion, going for the whole pack. So if XDC does good, most of the time the others do really, really good as well. XLM, XRP, and all of them. Even funnily enough, even though it's not exactly in the same packet, 𝗕𝗄𝗃, it also performs in a similar fashion. People like to go thinking about different coins right there, just take a few. Because, well, maybe one outperforms the other. But generally speaking, if you're only buying coins in the same sector, I'd say from a risk-reward perspective, you're not in the best of spots. Because if one goes down, they tend to all move a little bit more towards the same direction. But then again, if you're saying don't sleep on it, XDC is one of those coins that has gone for a couple of crazy, crazy days in the near history. So from that angle, indeed, it's not something to necessarily be skipped or slept on. Quant should do crazy. I don't know. I don't know about that. I feel as if QNT, again, like I just said, moves in a similar type of package as the other ones. And not one is necessarily that much better than the other. So then how about 𝗕𝗃₀? Well, 𝗕𝗃₀, when I spoke to one of the co-founders of 𝗕𝗃₀ a while back, he basically made me realize that even though 𝗕𝗃₀ is good, it's not, in my opinion, a top 10 contender. And I really have changed my thesis mostly into that's not what I wanted to say. Aping. I almost put a random R in front. That's the worst word to do it for. When aping into different coins, it's essentially, in my book, wise when the market is mostly moving up, everything is going crazy, and you like to go with that momentum. And for that to happen, then for 𝗕𝗃₀ to be good, it needs to be in a really, really positive spot where it's moving up a ton. To counter it, VeChain, in my book, is not really a top 10 contender. I don't like to buy it for the value as much because I do not see it overtaking all the other coins. Now, is their sector good? Is the supply chain sector huge? Sure. But if they really were a top 10 contender, we would have seen a little bit more of them by now, or a little bit more in the bearish parts. But VeChain is one of those coins that's really hyped up. It's got good partnerships with UFC, etc., etc. But it's, again, for me, not a top contender. Even though it could happen, the probability is just too small for me to go for it. Because, again, I think the ranking would have shown it a little bit more. And that's, again, because I spoke with with one of the co-founders. It made me realize, you know, I think really if we're talking about top tier, it's more platforms or payments. It's those two that are really, I think, top tiers. Which, again, I can blindly ape into without thinking too much. Again, should you? I'm not telling you what you should do. I'm not your financial advisor. Having said that, in good seasons like the bull market, coins do dummy stuff, right? But then again, you got to also understand, just because a coin was able to do a 50x last season doesn't mean it's going to be able to do it this season. Every season it changes, and many coins that I used to love back in 2018 are right now at $0 a coin. So please, if you look at the 2021 run and think, oh, this coin went amazing, so nah. All right, you're playing the game all wrong. Many of those coins will never return. But having said that, most of the coins that I still hold VeChain. I still think they will do pretty well. But if you're asking, hey, if a newbie should really ape into some things right now, VeChain was really hyped up a while back. It's not that much hype. If all of a sudden the market picks itself back up, yeah, maybe all of a sudden I'd say again that it's cool to DCA more. But then again, if you DCA properly, it's quite hard to now be at a bad spot, right? Especially if you are buying, in that case, different currencies, diversifying. So again, could VeChain do really, really well? Yeah, there's still a very good chance it will. But do you guys remember NEO? It used to be what? Number 8 or something like number 10? Where is it at now? NEO used to be the Ethereum of China, they used to always say. Where's NEO at? Did it change the name or where is it at? What about Flare? It's so new. Flare's not new at all. NEO is now 135th. This used to be so top tier. It's right now a little bit back to the gutter, huh? But there's many of those that I used to be really, really excited about, especially when the market's ticking up, and then they right now are in the gutter. It's not because your analysis was stupid, for example. It could just be that the landscape changes. And you have to understand that if you're stuck in this 2021 mindset of all the coins that did good back then are going to recover and do well, you're not going to make the optimal amount of gains. Matter of fact, the reason that the homeless guy across the street, the reason that a random guy at Walmart or Target will do significantly better than others is because they do not have this bias. They mostly are gonna go for anything that just works well, right? They go in with way too crazy of risk management. They don't look at risk management too much, and they do so well because of those reasons. The fact that mostly whatever pumps more in bull markets, and second of all, the more money you put in, the more money comes out. But the counter is, we like to look at the risk. You know, how much can we also lose? It's always important to think about how much one can lose. It's always crucial. But a lot of people, when they first enter, they don't think like that. I've had many of my friends back in 2021, the non-crypto friends, say they just aped, you know, things like SafeMoon. I don't want to say the name too much, right? But some of those coins, and they aped it with their monthly or 2-month salary because they could afford to lose it. Of course, it went to zero pretty quickly, but what are your thoughts on? I don't know that one. Maybe I did because it does look familiar, but I can't remember right now. But also, guys, the funny thing is, when I talk about coins, right, I sometimes assume everybody knows all the coins I'm talking about because they're so obvious. But then I realize, the average crypto investor probably knows like 30 coins. And then maybe if they're a meme coin guy, they know like a fun history sorts with that. But I don't know that many memes, and I know a lot. But when I talk to my meme coin friends, I know almost none of them. Like, oh, this runner, oh, that one, oh, everybody got in on that one, oh, everybody ate blah, blah, blah. But I know a lot of them I don't know. I mean, when it comes to the crypto market, though, I know so many coins because I've looked at this for many years in a row. But then again, still, I could mess them up. I could still forget this, that, because we know so many. I've bought so many. There's probably 2 checks or whatever that I've bought over time. But I could not maybe forget which one this is about. What about this XRP meme coin? I told you before, every XRP meme coin is garbage as of this point. There could be that a good one will come soon. It's possible, right? And it could be that you make good schmeckles with it. But if you're talking about essentials, right? Is it something that is good for the community? Is it something that's worth, blah, blah, blah? The answer to most of those questions, in my opinion, is no. XRP is getting back to our longer term resistance. That's interesting. We've been talking about the 305 level for a very, very long time. And all of a sudden we're back there. I mean, we've not been back there in like months, it feels like. You know, this is really crazy. The run which we are seeing right now is just generational. And many people like to not think of that. They just like to think of, well, what if it comes down? No, but think sometimes the opposite way. What if it doesn't? What if this really is where things start going crazy? My little sugar boost for the nighttime. It is right now, middle of the freaking night. Dusty, what are the taxes like where you live? I live in Dubai. I'm not in Dubai right now, but I live in Dubai. And the taxes are practically zero. $8 p.m. here. Hey, where you guys are watching from right now? I don't want to hear work. I want to hear some cities or countries. You know, hit me with something fun. Give me something to think about. You know, the most funny thing I sometimes do here is think of what time zone peoples are in. But also, it's just kind of nice to see all the people from different countries in the chat. You know, somebody might be watching from freaking South Africa. Another person's watching this at freaking 4 a.m., grinding behind their computer. Another person's watching this 6 p.m., chilling in front of their TV. You know, sometimes kind of funny to see the difference. We got Vancouver, right? So these are normal time zones. They're not struggling right there. We got Newfoundland. I still have no idea. The Newfoundland, I'm presuming that's Canada, but I'm not sure because it's kind of like a goofy name. It's kind of funny. Nobody ever looked at it and thought, that's kind of odd. Anyway, Saudi, all right. We've got Florida. We got 217. Not sure what that's supposed to mean. Australia, Gotham City. All right, Mr. Self-proclaimed Batman. We got Essex, we got California, we got Vancouver again, we got Florida, we got Dublin, Laos, London, Portugal. You know, another nice thing you guys might not understand is maybe you find some freaking maybe you find your neighbor in the chat all of a sudden. You're just scrolling through and all of a sudden somebody says a freaking obscure town in southern Philippines and all of a sudden you become friends forever. It's also possible you now all of a sudden become a target and he's going to take you over your freaking bones and everything. So, you know, you do your own due diligence on that. I'm just saying it's possible. Maybe you found your long-lost friend from high school. All of a sudden, he's a freaking DJ. What did I just purchase? Oh, yeah, I forgot. We're good. I was thinking, what did I buy? But I remember now. I just got a card notification. We got near Fort Hood, Texas. That is a cool ass name. Pumpkin, I want to go to... I don't know what that's supposed to be. Indo. 10-12 here, bud. All right. I've seen someone wearing an XRP hate at the grocery store. I've never seen that in my life. MDM, I don't want to say that name. He says, what's the average cost of living in Dubai? I'm seeking for new countries crypto-friendly with non or low taxes. I mean, if you're an American, everything is taxed, right? But the average cost of living for me is so hard to say because when I travel, again, a little info about my life. Where we're in right now is the suite of a pretty luxurious hotel, or at least one of the most luxurious ones I could find. So, if you talk about my costs a month, it's pretty freaking high. All right, because only your house alone, only the hotel room alone can be a pretty freaking crazy joke. Now, to counter that, almost any place I stay, you could probably stay for like, if you go somewhere close. How much do you spend a month, really, if you had to, right? You could probably get by with like a few $1,000. But it also depends. Do you want to do activities all day? I just mess around all day. If I feel like skiing right now, I'll go skiing. And the same thing goes for Dubai. If I feel like doing something, I'll go do it. If I feel like I'll go do it. If my friends want to go, I'll go. And if you want to be scoungy all the time, scringy, whatever you call it, where somebody wants to go out for dinner and you don't want to join because you want to save money, well, yeah, it's going to cost you significantly less, right? Might be less enjoyable, but you could. And you can literally order food for cheaper than I could in any European country out there. That's funny to realize that Dubai, for that reason, has so many cheap things. Transportation, way cheaper. And so we can go on. That many things can be way cheaper than other countries. It's just your rent. But again, rent can be way cheaper than California, can be way cheaper than any other place. It just depends on how good you want to live. So if you're asking me the cost of living, it's just how high you make it to be, but relatively low. There are people probably working on $300 a month that are getting by, right? They live with 14 people in a freaking room, right? But they are getting by. It might not be comfortable. I wouldn't trade places with them. Because I also know people that can't live off of $25,000 a month. No, they spend probably $150,000 a month. Everybody's different, right? It just depends on you. I would say, though, that if you got like $10,000 a month or something, you're living like a king. Which, to my own experience, is anywhere in the world. There's not a single place. People like to keep saying, no, but New York, no, but LA, anywhere. You go anywhere, you got 10,000 bucks, 10,000 schmeckles, you're doing pretty freaking good. I can't name a single place where you're not. Now, if you want specifics, if you're going to freaking Bali, you'll be pretty freaking solid with $2,500 a month, right? But again, it really depends on what type of life you want to live. You want to live like a freaking nomad in a $7 cottage? Obviously, the amount is going to be way lower. You want to live in a villa. You want to have a freaking maid. You want to have a chef, right? All those are going to add up. Chef might cost you maybe $3,500, maybe $5,500 a month. The maid might cost you, you want to really, you want to take her for all she's got, you can get it for $500 a month. You really want to let her live good, you give her, it depends on the country, maybe $800, maybe $2,000, really depends. So you can really start racking up those bills. You want to get a nice penthouse, you want to buy it and then have low costs, you want to rent it. All those will change everything. I gotta have a spring floor. I don't even know what a spring floor is. Watching says $2,000 per month here in the UK, but all my money goes on petrol in my 78 Corvette. You wanna know a funny thing? If I were to go to UK, right, it's almost impossible to live off of £2,000 because you're not gonna get a simple house for that. If you're as an expat coming in, it's almost impossible in places like UK or Belgium, France, Netherlands, all those, to come in and get something juicy because it's left for social housing, right? So if you wanna get yourself a house under, let's say, £600 a month, it's hard, right? Because if you come in as an expat, you're gonna find those houses which are £3,000 a month, £2,200 a month. To get into the low, you gotta find your way in, but I don't think it's that easy. Unless you wanna live in a really obscure, faraway place. But generally, right? Maybe a room in some sketchy ass house. But you show me right now a freaking solid house for like, because if your salary is $2,000 per month, for like $1,000 a month, maybe 700, 800 pounds a month, a house, right? Something like that. A room? Yeah, you'll find it. But even then, in Amsterdam, for example, it might be difficult to find yourself a room if you don't know anybody. For like a few $100 a month, like $500 a month, Nope. My rent here is $2,800 a month. I think a rent of $2,800 is like, whoa, that's so low. But then again, it depends if you're in the city or in the outsides. If you're on the outside somewhere, $2,800 is astronomically high in my opinion. But if you're in a city, I think $2,800 is not that bad. Then again, a lot of people have a rent that's like $500 and they're not comfortable at all. They're like, what the frick is going on? Why is rent so high? It all just depends. Dusty, would you live in Manhattan? No, I didn't like it too much. I'm not the biggest New York fan, to be honest, out there. Right? I went to New York, chilled there for a while. A lot of my friends are over there. Had some good times. Had some good times. Had some good times over in New York. Matter of fact, take me. But no. But overall, I didn't like the vibes too much. There was also a lot of, hey yo, what's it doing over? And you see people on a freaking on a bicycle screaming and stuff. Out of all the places I've been, from that perspective, New York was by far the craziest. You had some of the stuff like that in Vegas and some of the other spots, but New York was the crazies. Oh, they were really there. Zombies, my most was in Austin, in Texas. LA, it was mostly fake ass people. You know, you might say Dubai has a lot of fake ass people with the fake teeth, the fake everything, the fake but I think LA was my top tier. And I don't like the accent in Los Angeles too much. Or like the, oh yeah, oh that'd be like, oh, that'd be so great. Oh yeah. Oh, and also in the restaurant, oh, would you like a coffee with, oh, that's amazing. Good choice. Yeah, no, I really like that. Oh yeah, wow. Yeah, that's good. I didn't like that also too much. That's my opinion, right? Again, I'm not trying to hurt none of y'all. If you speak like that, hey, you do you. I am not the biggest fan of it. But then again, it's also when you tip somebody, every country also has their funny things. Where, for example, in Netherlands, let's say your restaurant bill is like what? Let's say it's 60 euros. If you put 10 euros on top, they might not even acknowledge that. Might be like, oh, thank you. Bye. In America, it depends how much. But let's say it's an amount above the norm. Because Netherlands, people give 0. And it's normal. It's fine. People give like round up numbers. So if it's like 57, they round up to 60. If it's 58.5, they round up to 60 still. And some people give like 10%. I think it's like somewhere in the middle of that. Most people don't go above 10%. Not many people that I know, unless you're drinking alcohol, right? Or you have a big dinner. If you're spending a few $100, most people give more. But if it's a casual dinner between two friends, most people don't do that. Nobody will tell me that they will, because it's not true, right? And then if you're tipping, like in America, they are making this a big deal. But the nicest thing is, if you're doing it in different countries where it actually means something, some people will freaking go on the ground and give you a freaking handshake. You give a freaking guy in the hotel, what I always do, and this is a funny thing, I always carry like the little $5 things or like $4, depends on what the bill is. If you just start handing them out like candies, everybody becomes your friends. What I've done, this is something you can't take from me. Nobody copy this. If I ever see you and you take this, we are having a battle right there to the freaking ground. We're gonna have to, right? Because nobody's taking this from me. But I'm telling you right now, I go to a spot. Let's say you're gonna go out drinking. What you do is you take all these freaking, if it's Bali, you take $4 bills, $3.75, whatever the frick it's worth. Wherever you go, if it's a cheap spot, take small ass bills, only a few dollars. If you start handing them out, bam, 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 to bartenders, 3 of those is 1 drink, right? So you gotta calculate it. You give those 3 bartenders a few, all of a sudden, every time you order 1, you get 2 or 3 drinks. Every time you come there a second time, he sees you, right? Now you have the best brother in the world. You get everything what you want. Always you gotta, of course, be mindful that you don't, let the balance go out of place too much. This might be stupid, but if you're doing that in America, you're giving that bartender 20. All of a sudden, you're giving $100, and you might get 1 drink for free that's worth $13.75. Because if I go, for example, you go to many of those spots, my friends always slips like a 20, or they slip like if you're at a table, you give like the $25 chips or something like that. You don't get anything in return. You go for 1 drink, you give like a little 20 bill, and you never get nothing. Maybe if they recognize you from the last time, okay, cool. But otherwise, I don't know. Charles says that's stealing. Damn. Go catch him. Go catch him. All right. We gotta protect Dusty's liver. Now I'm good. I don't really go out that much at all. Ryan says my typical tip is $20 to $30. It depends on where you go out. If you go out to an expensive spot, you give them $20, $30. I'm not sure if it's 20-30%, by the way. Maybe it meant 20-30% actually. I think that's very normal in America. But other places, if I tell like the average European that you're tipping 20 to 30%, they'll look at you like you've just done the worst atrocity man can think of, because that's not that normal at all. Charles says, I'm a bartender. You can't do that. You see? There we go. You're not getting my tips, Charles. All right? See, Charles is too spoiled. Charles is not getting my $5 right now. You've spoiled it for yourself, Charles. I'm going to find out where you work at, and I'm not coming there to give you $5 each time. Hundos get my attention. You see, Charles takes too high an investment to get the free drinks. Stay away from Charles. If you see Charles on that name tag right there, you better run and go to John right beside him, because he does it for 20. All right? Charles wants 100. Skip that guy completely. Go to the guy that accepts 20s. Just level it out, Be smart. I always just start a tab. All right. That's not smart, brother. Because at that point, you know what? You do you. All right. I've given my juice already. I've given the Jamba juice out there. Always tip cruise guys early. 20% in the U.S. I'm not that familiar with cruises. I don't know. The only tip I give is don't eat the yellow snow. enough. Wild Dog says 𝗕 is not doing too well. We're dumping, huh? All right, fair. Charles says Alice Beach. Go check it out. All right. Appreciate that. DoorDash, nice house for a $5 tip. 𝗕 dumping. They count. Hey, I was not talking about the U.S. I was talking about a place where they really appreciate your $3 or $5 or something like that. In the U.S., you're not gonna get far with $5. You can't order one drink for sure. I think the $5 can be a really normal. Anyway, that's we've strayed too far away from the main topic here at hand. Thoughts on 𝗓𝗓? Well, let's see. You guys are saying everything is dumping. What's going on? Hey, XDC is up a little bit, huh? That's nice. So we got all the ETH coins going down 3-4% in an hour. What? Pump Fund is down 16% today. Damn. So all the coins dumping a little bit, huh? And the funny thing is, if I were not streaming right now, I already know if I looked at my comment section, there would be some people who laughed in our face again saying, oh, you talking about pumps? It's actually dumping, matter of fact. And every single time I look at that comment, I realize a lot of people just like to hate for the sake of hating. They don't actually want to make money. All they care about is just looking cool in the comment section. Because really, when you look at this, the way I view it is, damn, Ethereum went on such a crazy rally. Let me think of how to strategically get myself a juicy leg in so that next time I don't feel that I've missed out, right? If the price comes crashing down, that will be an even better entry. So as long as I don't enter too much where I don't have, leave room open for a massive crash in case it were to happen. Now those are the type of strategies I think about here. Ryan says, not sure if you ever heard, but my last trip to eat at Hyde Park, the bill was $2.95. I tipped her $80, and she didn't even seem happy with it. Yeah, at that point, I'm fighting. All right, if I tip her $80, I'm going out of my way and be like, here you go, $80. I feel good. And it's like, oh, thank you. Nah, if it's like, oh, thank you, nothing. I'm gonna be pissed off. Matter of fact, I'm charging them. I'm not. I'm joking. But hey, matter of fact, $80 on $2.95. And no real proper thank you, I'm going to be walking around like this the whole entire freaking day afterwards. Oh, I'd feel so freaking bad. Matter of fact, the next person is going to get a minus tip after that. Have you been to Egypt? Yes, I have. What a country, man. Charles says only 30%. You're right. It's the principle that counts. Hey, this is a hot take, but I sometimes feel as if tips should just be, it should be kind of like maxed out somewhere. And this is coming from somebody that's given a lot of money in tips. I have, because I feel obliged to. If I give small, okay, let me give you a little bit more story. I don't mind giving some people $20 if they're helping you check in. If they're carrying your bags up, you give them like $10, something like that. You give like the little things. Some people do this proportionally higher. All right, for one of my friends, which he's also a crypto YouTuber, he gives everybody $125 because 500 dirham. Anybody that helps him, every time. But he doesn't care about money at all anymore, To each their own levels. All right, maybe we'll get there soon, right? Maybe we'll get to that part of the market where I'm giving out hundreds like it's freaking peanuts. Regardless, if you go a little bit out of your way and you find that you're doing a pretty big number, for example, in this case, you're giving $80 for just somebody giving you food. You might say it's only 30%. I see it as this person did not do anything special at all, right? This establishment just served your food. You paid for that. Now you're giving them $80 because you felt like it, because you felt like you're going to give another $80, even though, they served you well? I mean, their job was to serve you. That's literally their thing. That's like servers, the waitress, server, I don't know, call it the same thing. You're giving $80 even though you don't have to. If there's no thank you or nothing, I don't know. I feel as if you shouldn't have done that then. It hurts my feelings when they don't do that. You might say, no, you do it for your own self. Yeah, but ultimately, you're doing it because probably either the other person can use it or you want to make their day. You want to make them a little bit happier. Just in Chile right now, because I have euros in my pockets as well. I gave every person I saw some euros. It was the Ritz-Carlton, so they might be used to freaking huge tips. I don't know. But I give them some, even though they didn't even help me. I just give them some euros because, hey, they might have never seen euros before because it's dollars or Chilean pesos over there. I'm like, just for fun. They were like, oh, cool. They were so happy. Man, but they treated me good, whatever. Right? That was cool stuff. If they were just like, because some people do that. They're like, it's just a little bit less. If they really are excited about it as well, I get excited. I want to help them more. I want to feel like I could take on the world with them. If they just put it away like, they don't even say thank you. No, I'm not feeling that good. Anyway, we're straying away from topic. Why did I go this route? Why did I have the hot takes on tips? Because I feel as if tips are getting out of control. And we all agree on it. The fact that they're all kind of stupid. But then again, I don't mind also. I used to, we're talking when I was young, right? I used to always be so annoyed that you have to add a percentage on top for tips because I felt like they didn't deserve. But now that I'm older, I will always tip every single time. There's never a case where I don't, even if you don't have to. Why? Because I just realized I don't care enough and this person might. But sometimes you might forget out of convenience. It's possible. And it's also not like I go out of my way very much in some occasions also. But there's just one interesting mentor of mine. He always used to say, make sure you keep the loop of gratitude going. Where if you can, help another person out. And I realized, I'm in a position where I can. If this helps another person's day out, why not? But then to counter it, if they're like, or not appreciative, if you felt in your heart you did something pretty cool right there, it just stings a little bit. Especially at the restaurant. I've only had this a few times, one of which I remember. I think it was some food somewhere in it's like hey, anybody here watching from the Netherlands? Let's see if we got somebody here. We got nobody. It's also like 6 a.m. All right, maybe or 7 a.m. something like that. Crazy, hoe laat is het daar? Anyway, what I was trying to say is, I remember, like not too long ago, 𝗬𝗓𝗀𝗀, there was a specific shop, very well known dinner place. And the bill was, let's say it's 120 euros. And we added 60 euros, I think, on top. Because everybody's like, okay, I'll put 20. And it's like, if somebody puts 20 as the tip, you can't not put something as the tip because it kind of puts the levels off. Now you are not showing gratitude, only that person is. Especially if you all paid for the bill already. If you're paying cash, that is. Sometimes it's easy. So now I put 20, somebody else puts 20. So 60 on a 120 or 132 euro bill or something like that. And the person just came in like, and just took the thing away. I'm like, man, this was like half the freaking... Why you keep talking off topic? Man, there's not that much going on. We're just waiting for the market to move upwards a little bit. And matter of fact, it's moving down as we speak. So I was just trying to entertain everybody with the current weight of... weight is double here. The weight of the market moving down. Hopefully just able to handle it. Hopefully I have a little chill room for everybody to chat in, to chill in, enjoy the show, enjoy the market, enjoy the vibes, which are not enjoyable when the market's moving down. I tell you that. Matter of fact, I think there's somebody watching the stream right now who's destroying their computer right now, seeing XRP go back to like $3. So I think sometimes it kind of might be soothing for us to be here, being able to kind of like numb it down, kind of like chill it down there a little bit. Dusty, what part of Puerto Rico are you from? Dusty, you're not hiding that you're from Puerto Rico, are you? What's going on? Shema? What? Interesting. What just happened? ¿Qué pasa, amigo? Ryan says, I hate when they add tips automatically into the bill. Typically, I would have tipped more if they let me do it on my own. I feel the service is worse when they know they're automatically getting it. Yeah, fair. One more point. Okay, this is my last take on tips, all right? I'll stop it. I know some of you guys want to move on. Last take. What do you do if they ask? Do you want a tip? Or like they ask you like, here's a tip jar, by the way, if you're doing something. Right? We're like, and tip? Or service charge? Tip? How about then? That's my last question I'll ask. And then we'll move on. All right? That's the last thing I wanted to go for. Because I remember going on a little excursion in Mexico, right, a few weeks ago. And I'm like, you shouldn't ask me that, dude. It should be like an open thing. But he's like holding the tip jar in front of my face. Like, what are you gonna do? History Bear says, good night, all. Weakling. He's leaving. Boys, let's shame him. Shame. You're leaving, huh? What's it? All right. So we're back at 3. Hey, again, boys. Should we buy more? I'm even thinking of aping again at $3 in XRP. I'm even thinking about it now. What if we just consistently try to get this 1% profit or something like that from 3 to like 301? Just now it went to what? Like right around 3. I mean, we've only bounced off of it twice on like a minute chart. So it's not as if this is like solidified itself. But then again, what if this acts as our new base? This could be like a printer just now. Anyway, this for fun. Let's see here. I feel if you tip for personal services, that's all. Like servers, tour guides, etc. I feel like you are from Puerto Rico, but might be undercover. Man, what's going on there? Bitcoin headed for 110? That's a funny statement. Is that bad? What do y'all think about the bill getting voted on again tomorrow? I saw they just voted yes to resolution after 10 hours of delay. Not 100% sure on that. Dude, I had a dude come all the way out the door to ask about leaving a tip. I was like, dude, the service was not even good. That was wild. I felt pressured to give a tip. BS. Yeah, I mean, hey, to be honest with you, if you feel pressured, which I understand because I feel pressured sometimes, it's kind of like weak self-esteem if you think about it, right? If somebody's telling you, hey, you're not going to leave a tip, if you don't have the freaking, donkey strength, gorilla strength to say, no, who are you talking to? No, you did bad. Okay, maybe not be that rude. Okay, maybe don't do that. But if you didn't feel like it, I think you should be able to say whatever you want and not be ashamed. But if somebody's coming, if I'm out the door and somebody's coming like jogging after me as well, like, sir, what about the tip, by the way? Do you want to leave something or not? I understand if you don't have anything. I was just wanting to ask if you are going to leave a tip. And there's everybody watching you like, yeah. I must have forgotten. But if you're a real man, you stand 10 toes. You say, I knew. I didn't even know. You could have, but you didn't. Next time you come, best deals, no days of waiting. I've often asked to see the mechanic or chef directly and cash them. You're asking the mechanic at a restaurant? I'm a mechanic. I'm a mechanic. Charles says, come to Alice Beach, Florida. First drink could be free. All right, let's remember that. All right. I'll remember the $100 rule, though. One drink equals $100 tips, or I ain't getting no more service over there. Me no hablo English. Different type of tip. No, mechanic shop, different type. You leave tips at the mechanic? I've done that. So if you're paying cash, if I'm paying card, ain't no mechanic getting no tip, never. If I'm paying cash, yeah, they can get some. But it depends on the type of mechanic, though. Like, you're not going to go to the freaking Bugatti dealership and be like, let's round it off. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, if you go to like an auto parts store, I get that also, yeah. It's not a problem of mine too much, but sure, I get that. Yeah, I do get all this. All right, check out SPX. You know what's funny also? SPX used to be so hated upon like last month because it's Murad's conviction play and it was so tremendously down. But now that all of a sudden it's back up, the vibes are also back in and people realize if you just consistently, even if the coin is garbage, right? If you just consistently keep the buys up, it tends to work out. So I think really essentially from that angle, it is another very, very good example. But doing TA on something like a meme coin, especially of that nature, is the dumbest thing anybody could ever do because they do not follow the rules. It's just based on hype and I should not say that word, right? The R word right there. I want to say it sometimes, but I don't know if YouTube likes it or not. I don't know if something's going to happen, right? But trust me, If I could, I was saying it right here, right now, right in your face, right? Hard R. But that's a different one. Anyway, Randy says, my friend got tips working as an HVAC tech. All right. What car do you drive? All right, nosy posy. All right. We got a car digger over here, huh? Mr. Car Watcher. Still, Bitcoin dominance looking extremely, extremely good. ETH. Oh, no. You know what's funny? We're crying about the tiniest of moves down when all of a sudden ETH is on an astronomical rally. And I think what it just proved to people is, again, ETH is, at least as far as I'm concerned, and many people are concerned that I've spoken to, still going to do some really, really juicy numbers. But the counter would be, if Bitcoin decides to break down here, even ever so slightly, it might not be the best of our times. And that's why I often revert back to this earlier tweet that I read, which is basically saying, you know, if you right now are taking many, many screenshots, you're enjoying things way too much, and you're so afraid your gains are going to be gone, and you don't cash out anything, yeah, you might regret that, right? I'm not your financial advisor. You do as you please. You're a grown-ass human being. But from man to man, I'm telling you right now, a grown man can cry over losing all the gains he waited so long for. So if you feel like this is your time, your opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted, would you capture it or just let it slip? Don't let your palms get sweaty, you know? You should prevent that. Don't let your knees get weak. You don't want to end up vomiting all over your sweater from your mom's spaghetti. You don't want to be doing that. None of that. Oh, you know, I saw this post earlier today by Dune, and I also really, really found it quite funny. You stuck around for a 3-year-long bear market just to get to this moment, and you're currently getting outperformed by that friend in college who was way too addicted to whippets or glue or something along those lines. You know, the probability of you getting outperformed by somebody who's clearly mentally ill in the negative way, because sometimes it can be kind of, you know, interesting, is pretty high. Why? Because they just don't see these opportunities the same as you do, right? Many of us, we look at this and think, oh, we should go by this sensibly. We should not go all in right now. Click. No, we should think about this. We should maybe get a good buy strategy, a good sell strategy. We think about it. Many people don't do that. And the funniest thing is, in good uptrending markets, mostly like the one we're seeing right now, very similar timing to this, this is where people just go really, really crazy and make tons, and also how they sometimes get into bad habits of thinking it's all so easy, and they might lose it all pretty quickly again. But in the 2021 run, even in the January 2024 run, I've seen, or November, let's call it November 2024, but January 2024 was also pretty good. In those runs, you've seen people make astronomical amounts of money in a very, very short amount of time. The problem is they don't really learn a skill. They don't really teach themselves too much. All they mostly know is that if they try something once, they might get lucky and make a freaking scoop up a ton. Doesn't mean they learned something valuable for the future. And also, if I give you a few more things that I've learned throughout time, it is to not FOMO too much. What not right now? You might be looking at all this $1 million worth of trades, right? That is up, what, a few $100,000. You might look at this and think, oh, I want this too. But realize that this is now up on $1 million, which is nice. Let's say it's up $20, 20%. Let's say it's up 40%. It's up 400K, right? It's less, but let's just assume it is. Let's just say. You understand, if this were to go down 20%, we're also losing 200,000. You understand that? So essentially, right, you got to understand these numbers from that angle. The thing is, in a good market, you have so many more up days than down days that even if you're short-term trading it, it tends to work out quite nicely. And I understood that throughout the past couple of months, times were so bad, and the strategy still worked out. As a matter of fact, if you look at this strategy extrapolated over a few years, it's just one of the best ones out there. Because again, all it does is just get in a position in, and then it tries to buy and sell in the short term. But still, even as of this point, all I'm looking for is just better entries for some of the assets that I'm really bullish on long term. And again, I'm going to be mixing it between 3x longs and 5x longs. 3x for the coins you're not that sure about, 5x for your solid plays, which you would be comfortable holding for a pretty long time, while also understanding that if you're doing 5x here, this is a 50K hype long. If the price moves down, 25%, for example, that's not only 2.5K, right? That's times 5, so that's 12,500 we might be down there. So you got to keep that in your back of your head. But what I do and what I've done historically very, very well with this XLM bot, for example, is when the market moved down hard, I bought in. Again, I bought the dip. And that's how this was able to turn from my worst performing bot all throughout time to right now my best. And what I'll be able to do again and again and again is if all of a sudden Algorand goes down super, super hard, I'll be buying that dip at, for example, like minus 50%, something like that. And eventually, if Algo does go for a pump, it'll turn into one of our best things. This is a bit too excited, man. Every dollar is 1 mil if you know how to recycle it. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe in like a 40-year period if you really are a freaking crazy investor, but I don't know, man. I don't know about all of that. Maybe it's a bit too optimistic. But hey, you know what? I'm not going to deter you from doing whatever you plan to do right here. What's happening with the SEC XRP case and XRP ETF? XRP ETF, I don't know. XRP case, not that much happening, to be honest with you. Nothing interesting worth noting, at least, I should add. Guz said, I did do a 6X and pushed on XRP bot. I'm not sure exactly what you mean with pushed right there. That could mean that you pushed it out, meaning you quit. It could be that you pushed it in. You know, I don't want to just say congratulations. I want to, again, take a little second of time, though, to tell people that if the market is moving down, if you're seeing that as something to be scared of rather than an opportunity, I just want you to understand that at that point, you're not truly that excited. You're not truly that bullish, because what I feel is I feel as if I am just not having enough coins. Every single time I look at my portfolio, I think, damn, I should be having way having way freaking more. Why? Not because the value is going to be tomorrow, the day after, the week after. Not because, oh, it's going to go up pretty quickly just now and I need to make the most. It's just because I know that in a few months, this is my own opinion, it'll be up so much that I'll just look back at these times and think, why didn't I take a little bit more of a risk? And again, I'm not forcing you. I'm not telling you to take a risk. I'm not guaranteeing you nothing. I'm just telling you that from my own experiences, I've realized that I do very often think most people will look back and think, what if only I took that chance of life, took a bit more of a risk, potentially took that downside, but hey, at least I have the upside potential. And that's also why I explained one strategy that at least minimizes those a little bit, which is through the automated buying and selling with grid bots. But also the reason I just add $50,000 to $100,000 every single day to my positions, regardless of the price. The reason I'm doing that is even though I'm not sure what the price is going to do tomorrow, the day after, I am pretty sure what we're going to be in the next few months. So if I just keep it up consistently, my next day might be awful. Maybe my next 2 weeks will be awful with just down, down, down. But at least I'll get really, really good buys in because we're on the way down. And that way, the moment we do move up, I'll have the best of times, which I personally think is quite inevitable. Not guaranteeing you that, but that's what I think. And so really, if you're wondering what I'm doing here all day, is just waiting for that mark where things are so expensive, I can't buy them no more. And luckily, today is not that day. So we bought another couple tens of thousands worth of coins today, maybe only $50,000 worth or so. But again, maybe tomorrow, if the market moves down a bit more, we will add another 50,000 or 100,000. It just depends on how much we go down. Now, again, where do I base it on? A little bit of like... For example, right now, I'm looking at XRP at $3 and I'm thinking, I should get myself even more coins. I should buy this freaking dip. Why not? But then I'm also realizing, I already have $1 million position here. I just want to kind of make it a round $1 million number. I'm a bit interesting in that regard. I just want it to be a round $1 million number for some reason. The bill will pass. I'll take a look at what's happening with the bill and exactly the situation. Maybe if I have time now, I'll actually update in a video exactly what's going on in the House and Senate and everything with this bill with regards to all the updates. I'll take a look at that. Just Chill says, I'm wondering if it will go dip much between now and tomorrow. Depends on which tomorrow, but hey, the way I see it is just look at it from a risk reward perspective. and then think, what if you were to TWAP it, right? A time-weighted average price. If you just think of, hey, what if I were to keep going at this for multiple weeks on end, maybe 2 weeks, maybe a few days, is there a higher probability of you getting a better or a worse price? If you have no answer to that, well, maybe start there. Because essentially what I'm doing is I take the span now of, let's say, 1 month. Let's say I have the budget of $3 million, right? Let's say I have that. In this case, we have $5 million to buy the dip, let's say. How much will I allocate every single day? Will I add it all in one day? No, that's not so smart. Will I add it over 3 days? Maybe if the price crashes down so much, it could be worth it. Do I add it over a few weeks, a few months? Well, if we expect the highest point to be somewhere between now and 6 months, we should, theoretically speaking, keep at least some headway for a few months span. Because if a magical crash were to happen somewhere in that, we should still have the ability to buy the dip. Then again, percentage-wise, it's always hard to say what number should be there to buy that dip, because I would always be an advocate of saying it's wise to get a position in, it is never wise to all in. It can only be wise, in my opinion, to all in if you just don't want to look back at it for the next year or so. If I were to really all in right now, which again, I'm not your financial advisor, I'm not encouraging you to do anything, I'm not guaranteeing you any results. If I were to be a person who wanted to go all in, I'd go all in and then just click the computer away and look back in a year, right? Or if every month or so, just look back once. Maybe I'm up, maybe I'm down. I wouldn't care, and just look back whenever it's up like 5x. Because I think many coins will do that. But for most people, if they're watching this daily, if they're watching this weekly, if they're watching this every few days, every hour, if you're all in, you can't do nothing no more. It just gets kind of boring or stressful. Because then if the market moves down 20%, you're stressing that you can't buy or that your investment is going down a lot. And maybe the best theory in your case could have been to buy. You guys saying build past the house? Let me take a little bit of a look. Let's see here. Okay. New vote has passed 217 to 212. And the House has now advanced the rule, setting up floor votes on crypto, defense spending, and other measures tomorrow. So when all that was said and done, crypto was the only reason the House broke the record for the longest vote in history, nearly 10 hours long. Some of the GOP holdouts flipped from no to yes, back to no, and then yes again, all within 24 hours. I'm told several of them were hanging out at the Capitol Hill Club down the street tonight, anticipating a late night vote switch. Now, with the final procedural vote passed and a promise that anti-CBDC language will be included in the NDAA defense bill, House leadership can bring the Genius Act and possibly the Clarity Act to the floor for final passage as soon as tomorrow. So that's obviously why they call this Crypto Week, huh? Because we're making moves. I'm still thinking of my own theory of just aping XRP if it moves again below $3. Just right now set a target for 3 and just wait for it to hit. Potentially have a fun in watching that. But it's just like that Algorand trade. It's not necessarily based on much. It's just fun, perhaps, to watch. Gus says, love or hate the guy, he's pushing crypto hard. Yes, Trump is really trying, at least, I can't know if it's his best, but he's at least trying really hard to push this crypto stuff. Right? He's out there every single day supporting it, it seems. So love or hate the guy, he's putting in the freaking work, though. I gotta give it to him. You know, we gotta give the guy some credit where it's due.
We're making real progress moving forward on really important crypto legislation for the president. We just got through what actually turned out to be, I think, the longest rule vote in the House. But at the end of the day, this is Crypto Week. We got 3 really important pieces of legislation to get done. I think we're getting them all across the line. The goal at the end of the day is to get all these signed into the law, to move forward on stablecoin legislation, market structure legislation, and to prevent CBDC from ever being developed by the Federal Reserve. We took a step forward today. It took a little longer than we thought, but no, away we go. I think we're going to get this all done yet by the end of the week.
You want to know a fun fact? I still don't know 100% why there's so much against CBDCs. As of this point, I still don't fully get why it'd be so much against a government-controlled currency like that, because the dollar was like that. And why would you be, like, from a certain angle, if the government were to just adopt stable coins like USDT harder, you know, but then their own, like GUSD, is that not a CBDC then? What's the difference, really? You know, maybe you guys know and you're thinking I'm crazy for not knowing, but I really just don't see that much of a difference. Maybe because it's more used in the back end and you're talking about a multi-currency system, but from the way I'm seeing it, I just maybe also don't care enough. You might say, yeah, but the control, man, if they want to get your ass, they'll probably get your ass. And I just stay away from most of the things where they can get me on anyway. If you're a Bitcoin, a crypto, an XRP, an ETH type of guy anyway, who cares what they're doing? Yeah, but, I don't care about all those buts. I don't have a salary in the normal sense, right? And there's nobody holding it in for me. I don't have nobody that's like, oh, but wait, you're going to get... I don't have, you know, I don't need to use bank accounts for anything. If you're in Dubai, for example, the UAE, you can buy a house with crypto, no problem. Matter of fact, you want to do it through a middleman? No problem as well. They'll be happy to accept it. Just continue on that story. Where do I really care what the frick they are doing with their money or their watchdogs or whatever? It just depends on the country you're in. Yeah, but they could. I don't care what they could or what they're doing on that front. It doesn't concern me. All right? It really doesn't. Anyway, guys, if you've not done it yet and you're watching the stream right now, make sure you press that like button. Because we got about 350 people watching. We got 193 likes pressed. But we've had over 3,000 people join on in. So there's a good probability that most of you have not pressed it yet. So make sure you do that. Guz says, delay dip buy. Pass, delay, and dip buy. Press, copy, and paste. I'm not exactly 100% sure what you're saying right there. Detective, I don't think is a fan of my CBDC take. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, I like you. Oh, no, I hit the like. Oh, I thought you were going to say something now. I was like waiting for it. Like, damn. Justin says, you're appreciated, brother. Hey, you are appreciated, man. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. By the way, if you're wondering what I'm waiting for right now, I'm thinking of opening again just another position at $3 just to kind of see, but the price is actually moving back upwards. So I'm thinking, I don't want to ape now at 302 because that's already getting almost 1% up. I'm thinking maybe we can actually get a juicy snipe in. But then from the opposite angle, I'm thinking if we just keep bouncing at 3 or slightly above it, this is pretty cheap, right? The fact that we were just at like 3.9. David says, I'm in Europe. When I move funds, I have to declare the USDT wallet as mine. When I offload to EU fiat, and this gets reported to the government. With CBDC, this restriction is tighter under EU proposals. That I get. I don't really use platforms that have these restrictions because, again, who's monitoring my moves in that sense? If I want to buy a house, ain't nobody caring. If I want to buy a car, nobody cares. So if the government mandates and they need to check all these things, then the problem lies with that. I don't know why the currency itself matters then. If the rule is just any transaction needs to be checked and monitored, does that matter? It's only then if you, for example, do not comply with the rules, then they can freeze them. But I still, again, think if the government gets all the control over Tether, for example, they still have all these powers anyway. But again, I am not very knowledgeable on this regard. And I never decided to read up because I just don't care that much. I think when it comes to my own front door, though, I'll start caring more. In the sense, for example, if it comes to the UAE, because there are more and more reporting rules every year now as well. If it comes in hard and all of a sudden I get some really scary letter saying, hey, you can only transact $10 and you need to get the freaking full ID of somebody you want to send money to. Yeah, I get the position that you're in. But it's not on my own front door, which is might be why I sound a bit different than what you might expect. What is your thoughts on AVA? I think AVA is nice. We didn't do too well on the buy earlier today, but I think AVA is quite nice. I think, again, AVA is the money that really made me this whole I always say there's a few cryptocurrencies that changed my life, and 𝗂𝗓 is the biggest one. It's just the first coin that I kind of forgot about that made me such astronomical amounts of money when it went from 𝗓𝗏 to 𝗂𝗓 that I thought, okay, we're onto something. And that was quite late, by the way, all right? I was already doing pretty well, but that was just something I could not fathom before. The whole concept of free money like that and such gains was just mad. What are your thoughts on 𝗫? Yeah, 𝗫 is awesome. But I mean, 𝗂𝗓, 𝗫, they're all kind of in the same bracket, right? But 𝗂𝗓, if you look at the numbers, is just absolutely insane. The thing is, though, I use 𝗫 myself for way more money than I use 𝗂𝗓 for. I actually never use 𝗂𝗓. I use 𝗫 every single day. Well, at least I've got a lot of money sitting on 𝗫. I'm talking about 𝗫, the platform, not the coin itself. I have the coin itself, but mostly I just use 𝗫, which is why I'm also quite excited about it. Bill is not passed. Voting is still in process. Could be. I'm still waiting on the 𝗕𝗏𝗃. I bought in pre-sale. I think I'm also 𝗕𝗏𝗃. I'm not sure which one that is anymore. I have probably 70 coins or something like that that I bought in the pre-sale for that I still have not gotten. You know, there's probably like maybe 250, maybe 300 that I've done in the past years, maybe 2 years. And then there's probably a few hundred more that I've done over the whole span. Many of them did really, really well. Many of them went to absolute zero, but the most annoying part is many of them never give an update anymore. And when the market's good, all of them want to launch, all of them want to go, and things are nice, nice, nice. When the market's bad, all of a sudden many of them go. It's the sad reality of it. But I remember also a few of my 2017, 2018 plays. All of a sudden you put one, no, I think it's like, I was going to say 1 BTC, but I think it was less. You put 0.1 BTC in, and you get like 40 BTC out. It was ETH. It's ETH, I think that it was, right? So it's 1 ETH or 0.1 ETH in, and you get 40 ETH out. Those were the crazy times. It was so fun. I remember on some of the coins, which I shall not mention, 1,000x, a 400x. It used to be way more normal than it is right now. Like now, it's transferred over into memes rather than these ICO things. But I think it's just way harder to pull those numbers nowadays. You need to be really tapped in. Whereas before, you could have just been a goofball and it could have worked out pretty nicely. But right now, there are so many people on this every single day that it's so hard to find a coin early that's actually a runner like that, hitting billions or hundreds of millions or something like that. Also, back then, when there was a runner, everybody knew of it. Nowadays, not as much. Like a lot of people I talk to here on this channel will not know any of the Solana runners of the last week, for example. Whereas back then, if there was a runner, everybody knew about it 100% back in the 2017, 2018 times. I still see a lot of ads for it, by the way, for the 𝗕𝗏𝗃. But again, for me, the way I do it is I buy into many of them because I also, if I see everybody talking about it, a lot of people make videos about it, for example, I feel like the FOMO is so high. I might as well get myself a little penny in. I never really ape hard into those things. Some of my friends really, really do, but I think it's kind of dumb. Ryan says, whenever I try to claim it, just loads. It says, please hold. Did you try like doing it in an incognito browser and stuff? Like, did you try? Because if other people are getting their coins, it might be you. Maybe you're the problem. Unless the coin is not out there, but I don't know. I'd have to check. Detective says, it's good to diversify, especially when volatility is so high. Yeah, so again, if I look at some of my older videos also, the amount of coins I bought every single day that I'd never heard of is so high. And I'm also warning people right now that most likely you'll become a DJ like that this born as well, especially if you got that dog in you. All right, if you really have the want to make it, if your want is high enough, there's, in my opinion, a very high chance you'll be buying coins very, very often that you never know the full name of. You just know the ticker. You don't know what they do. All you knew is they were up a bit and you decided to pull them further. Because that's all I did every single day for like a long ass time. Every single day. I'm just there, loading up my bot settings. And right now, fun fact, I'm back to bots, baby. Why? Because I realized also, if I had kept my bots running all this time, I think every 1K would have been, oh my days. think about that for a second. If I'd kept the bots that I had in 2018 open throughout all these years, Diddy would have nothing on me, all right? We'd be up there with the numbers. Oh, my days. Oh. But unfortunately, we did not. And now I've realized from that mistake, money is very freaking easy to make. All you got to do is go out and get it, is what I often say. The counter to it is, don't get sucked into the greed too much. But the counter again would be, man, this is the season for it. All the people that are too afraid will make nothing, I think. Or they'll make money, but not as much. Young man. Okay, a little hot take. Bitcoin is going to 250,000 end of year. Do anybody believe that? Is anybody there thinking that that's going to happen? Like 250K in the end of the year. The reason I'm asking is because I sometimes do wonder, I don't know if you guys really excited about BTC even, or if it's just alts. Because I always say BTC sets the tone and then a lot of the alts follow. But when I sometimes ask in the comment section, there's many people that say, no, Bitcoin is trash and it's garbage and this, this. But I don't know. I feel as if you're not a big fan of Bitcoin, that's understandable. But if you do not think it'll succeed, I think many of your coins won't either. And that's why I sometimes laugh so much at XRP people. I mean, I've got more XRP than most people out here on this entire world, right? Because, we're a very small percentage of people. But I will argue that if you look at Bitcoin and you do not see a future in that, you cannot fathom it, then I don't know what type of cloth you're built of, but it's different. I just don't see a future where if Bitcoin goes to zero, for example, our other coins will really flourish. I think if a theory comes out, right, and Bitcoin does actually go to zero, or just goes down 70% in a day because of this scandal that some people like to claim. If you think that your coin, it doesn't matter which one, if you think they'll be doing well, I think you're pretty insane. Delusional at best. And this is coming all from love. All I want is for you to be in your best headspace. But I think that probability is so incredibly small. Again, is Bitcoin as a network useful? No, it's garbage. It's slow, stupid, nobody uses it at all. Is it good as a currency? Debatable. Is it good as a store of value? It's doing a pretty freaking fantastic job. If that store of value breaks because of any reason, for example, the founder is announced. I saw some posts from an XRP guy go pretty viral today of the founder of Bitcoin will move his money and that will crash it. Why would anybody see this as something exciting? If it were to crash, all our coins would go down. Do you not understand that? No coin will survive the freaking storm. Bitcoin is 70% of this market. I mean, one coin can overtake it at some point, but most likely it'll be because that coin gains more than Bitcoin. It's not because Bitcoin just falls hard. Mostly it'll be a both up, but one up more than the other, right? It'll be exponential growth that destroys it, not the downfall, I think. And the reason I want to put that out there is because if you really are heavily against it, you got to understand the fundamentals of this crypto stuff, right? Peppa says 170K. We got Gus saying 200 maybe. End of the year, no. Mateo says 150. End of the year, maybe. Dusty, do you have a video that shows how you set up those bots? Yeah, I have multiple. One is me buying $500,000 worth of BTC and XRP. That's one video. One is just type in XRP bot trading. DustyBC bot trading, and you'll find many, many videos. Or just go to my profile, scroll down a bit, and there's like many, many bot videos in there because I've done a lot of them over the past few weeks. There's also one linked in every single one of my descriptions. past my hotel room. Sometimes I think, what if I just go out, run out, and just go back in? Will they report me? Like, what would happen then? You can always do this in public as well. You can just start crashing out. And nothing's going to happen. I mean, you don't do that because you're not insane. But it does make me wonder what would happen if you do it in a hotel room. Like, if I right now open my door and just go back inside, will they report that? Will they just look and think, what was that? Will they get really scared? Will they call the police? I don't know. What are they going to do? Like, no, I'm seriously asking you, what would happen? Because that would happen to me. I'd be very freaking confused. But I've had... Oh, the tea I've got for you with what I have seen and what I've heard living in hotel rooms. My brother, I could write a book. I've seen some of the funniest things. Oh. I've got such funny stories. But damn. Detective says, nah, they just avoid your door the remainder of this stay. The problem is, you can't avoid my door, all right? I got a pretty nice freaking room, but the placement is kind of ass. If these people want to pass, they're going to pass me. And every single time I hear them talk, I'm going out that hotel room and letting them know I'm there. Oh, that'd be so funny. Oh, that'd be such a thing. You guys are so, you must be so lucky you're not like around me. All about that. Make that chart out of the screen. I'm not sure exactly what you mean with that. I'm not sure if you mean I should take this away or if I should do something else. Maybe you like white backgrounds or something. President Trump says, happy crypto week. The House will soon vote on the... Yeah, we've been doing that. Jump out with your water bottle and just start chugging. You see, the problem is, you might look at me and think, this guy must go crazy in public. Man, I'm very chill in a certain regard. I'm very quiet, depends on who I'm with, though. But in this case, I can go out here now, because we're streaming. Or if there's a few friends. But me, normally with a camera making a video, I couldn't do that. We've got Milton. He knows too much. Hey, who here is holding XRP? We need to filter this chat out a little bit. I don't want to see whatever he wrote. Who here is holding XRP, lads? Probably everybody, right? How many people are we watching today? Let's give this a little watch. Where is the stream? My stream has... There we go. We've got about 350 people watching. Definitely not bad. We got a good crowd today. I gotta go away from Milton's post. There we go. Peppa says, never. XRP is gone. Holding since 2017. Wow, you must be doing amazing then, huh? I have since 0.25. You mean 25 cents or 0.25 cents? I never know when people say that. Do you mean 25 cents? So $0.25 or 0.25 cents? So 0.0025, whatever. Ryan says, they're probably wondering and worried why you've been talking to yourself for hours. You know, sometimes I wonder this as well. Am I actually sane? Because if you think about it, all of y'all could be one person in his computer, right? Typing in from 14 different accounts. And I've just been conversing with one guy. That could be my mom, right? She's been supporting me all this time. It's just me chatting with a virtual version of that. All this time I'm thinking I'm doing good in this YouTube crypto space. Well, at the end, it was just me all alone all along. Well, that'd be an interesting department. Dusty, got a serious question. I'm looking to get an apartment right now. Should I do it or should I keep investing and start traveling and just stay in hotels like you? Well, my friend, I'd say that out of all the people that I know, there's only a very select few that like my lifestyle. Like when I meet random people, almost everybody aspires to have what I have. But if you gotta work, you gotta get stuff done, you wanna keep routines, a traveling lifestyle is ass. So when I say that, I mean, there's not a standard gym, right? There's not a standard anything. You want to get your barber, you want to get your haircut, you want to take a new outfit, you got only your suitcase. Maybe you got 2 suitcases, maybe you got 3, maybe you got 5, but you got suitcases. Unless you got houses everywhere, you don't got that much. So from that angle, I would say you got to try it out for yourself, see if this is really something for you. If you're used to being gone for a few months at a time, then maybe this will become significantly easier, right? And maybe we should. Who told me to not buy XRP just now $3? I said, let's go ape. And somebody was like, man, you should. You see, I'm just gonna, if XRP goes back to $3, I'm just aping it again. This was the easiest 1% of our life. We talked about it before it happens, then we're like, but now it's already back to 3, 4. No, it's up way too much. That was the freest 1% in our our lifetimes. Now we'll just have to enjoy the rest of our $926,000 XRP long, but perhaps we could have opened more. But now, no more FOMO. We just wait. Maybe it'll go back to $3. I might put an order in. Maybe we do that. Also, does anybody care to know what I just had for dinner? You might wonder, but why do I need to show you? I can just tell you. I just got 2 steaks. You might be thinking, Dusty, what do you mean you got 2 steaks? Shouldn't you just one? You're one person, right? Because I'm just talking about what I ate. No, I get 2 because I didn't know which one was nicest. There was, I don't know what cuts there were, but there were 2 different ones. And I realized, I don't know that much about steak. I don't know which one I'm going to like more. So I just ordered both. And I realized that is a fun thing about being able to do whatever you want. And I ate them both, by the way. They're destroyed. They're finished. I'm not letting steak. There's never in my life, if I'm ordering the steak, everybody's eating it. Unless there's like a group of 20 people. If it's a group of less than that, if somebody's not finishing that steak, we are fighting it out right there. Because that's not going to go to waste. Not happening around me. Right? If I'm paying and you're not eating like a single bite of the steak, we are right there. You're never getting another bite. If somebody else is like in their treat and they order so much, I can understand, right? But if it's a few people, XRP is still climbing up. I hate this question so much. I hate this question more than I could anything out there. It makes me freaking cry. We just talked about where I'd buy, which was $3 in XRP. Right now we're back to 304, and then somebody asked, is now still good? I just told you that I'm not aping now because it's already up too much. A few cents is key when you're bouncing off a support, right? Because again, this has not been like solidified or anything like that. We're still playing a pretty risky game. This is basically the local high. Now again, right now, our sell basically, which is 0.4% away, it's too close to target. It could just go again right back down and this time break 3. And at that point, you're going to hate yourself. If I have $0 in, I'd still get in. Why not? But with the fact that I'm already basically balls deep, I'm just going to go chilling. But I still, again, I wanted to FOMO into XP at $3. It would have been really, really funny for the stream as well if I just aped in. But right now, I'm just going to be like that guy in front of the, you know that one meme where, how do I describe it? Where, that one guy who's like in front of the window. Let's say this is window, right? Let me get myself a good setup. He's looking at the window, but it needs to be transparent for that to work. Anyway, we'll just have to make do with it. This is supposed to be a window, all right? You see how I'm looking right now? Right, that's what I mean. Obviously, that doesn't work. It's like just you looking out the window, thinking like, oh, if only I could play outside. That's the type of guy I'm feeling like right now, seeing these prices just continue to move up. But it's okay. You know what? We don't FOMO. We take those. We're still up on our position. It's just we could have been up more. Which is, again, where you should never let greed take over. Somebody says they just opened their first long, and it's on Ethereum. It go you strong, my brother. I wish you the best. ETH is an interesting coin, my brother. Damn. Ryan says, I don't know about all of you, but I prefer Australian Wagyu over Japanese. Interesting. Dusty, do you travel with everything? Yeah, I travel with everything. I travel heavy, dog. It depends, actually, on where I go. But, you know, my plane can carry as much as I want. Nah, I'm joking. Yeah, mostly travel with everything. And also, if not, there is a few places where I have the opportunity to leave stuff. So, for example, I might have a house in a few different places. I can just change stuff there. And then if I go with half-empty suitcase or cases, you just buy more stuff on the road. So most of the stuff, now particularly not, because I changed. I went to cold places and I had to buy jackets and stuff, right? But I just kind of go a little bit light. I just take my essentials, all the recording stuff and everything. I'm like, you know what? I'll just buy everything as I go. So I went to Japan and I just bought everything. I even bought suitcase and everything. Right? I just go single and I just see. And here I went with a full suitcase, but it's because I went to I think Mauritius, then Dubai, and I was like going back and forth. And obviously in Dubai I can switch my outfits out, right? So I went with the full, then I switched over, dropped another suitcase, then went 3/4 of a suitcase, but some people came over. They were able to take some stuff back home for me, and so forth and so on. Then I went to another house, dropped some stuff off, and then it kind of went like that. So that way, I right now have about a pretty full suitcase, but I'm also kind of done with my world tour. Like I'm running out of countries to go to. I need to go to like the Australia side, but it's so freaking God knows how far away. Ah, this XRP just keeps on going. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. By the way, if you want to know, there is a nice little couch I've got here. It's a sleeping couch for anybody who wants to, you know. If you, felt like coming on over, you can eat my leftovers, and there's a nice little couch for you. So. Oh, no. I mean, it's good. I don't think there's ever been anybody in the history. He is missing his bot buy. No, the only one I care about really to watch every day is the 10K to a mil challenge. Like the rest of them, you know, they're grinding out. By the way, this ranging is what's most nice about the bots, because that's again where they make the most of the profit. Side note. But no, I'm just butthurt that I did not ape in. It's not about the money, by the way. It's a principle. All right? It's all a principle. I don't care. But this would have been our exit now as well. No! Why does it hurt so much to be so incredibly good? No! Oh. Is that a world map above it, he said? Nope, it's not. It's, you know what? I'm not going to tell you what it is. So hopefully you're going to keep worrying about that. You're going to keep thinking forever, what was that behind the guy? Pepe says it is about the money. Trust me when I say it doesn't even matter. I could have opened it with $7. If the long was right, I would have felt really, really good. Essentially, at some point, which is now sort of, these trades, they kind of become more like trophies rather than really about the money, unless they're large. But I wasn't going to open anything large. It was just more for the fun for the stream. Whoa, look at the four. I need to up it. Oh, the forehead is becoming an issue if I do it like that. I need to start, no, shit, that's making it worse. No, that's making it worse also. How do I angle the forehead? Let's just start streaming like this, maybe. Looks like a tree now. I can see it better. Don't worry about it. Just like maps. What did you just come to write in my chat? Did you just come to say you like maps? Please never say that again in any public setting ever. You should never, for the love of you, never tell anybody you like maps. All right? I'm with you, all right? Maps are pretty cool, probably. I wouldn't know, but I'm just saying probably. But you should keep that to yourself. There's a few things out there which if you say it out loud, like, oh, I like maps, by the way. You know, depending on how good you are with them, if you are like a map historian, you know all the Asian maps, to me, that sounds pretty cool. To me, as a person, that sounds pretty cool because you know your stuff. And that's the same. If anybody's passionate about anything, that sounds pretty nice. But in a cool social setting, all the crypto boy. You see, okay, you're adding to it now. You said you're a sailor. You didn't mention that part. You didn't mention the part where you're a sailor. See, that's cool lore to the story. By the way, XRP is getting rejected exactly at the blue line. You see, this would have been the perfect trade thus far. He says, I'm a sailor and if I don't have my charts and maps, then I can't get to where I'm going. Yeah, I mean, that made the story 10,000 times more cool. Listen, now I know why you're rich. You aren't committed to a relationship. Why do so many people assume these things? How do you know? Like, how does one think so? Why does one know what I'm into? Oh my God, XRP is moving exactly as predicted. No, why are we too good at what we do? This would have been the easiest trade of my life. Oh my God. Sometimes it's so funny. Where was the buy? The buy would have been exactly at $1. $3. Where was $3? Right there, $3. And the exit right there, the blue line. Life can be tough. Anyway, we're having a good time though. Sold my bank at 36 and now it's going up. Yep, that's the struggle of a lifetime, brother. We will all face it a few times a year. All right, you'll buy something, sell it for a loss, and then all of a sudden it starts ripping. The only thing I'll say is these dips I personally see are quite precious. All right, when I'm looking at these coins right now, even ETH, I'm looking at it thinking, damn, that's cheap. And if you're looking at it thinking, oh, even now, I can probably now ape into XRP and still turn it extremely profitable over a very short amount of time. This is my thoughts, my strategy, right? But honestly, that's with almost any coin. So I'm mostly just thinking I could probably open more ETH, more everything right here, and it'll probably be fine. Like now, for example, Solana is down tremendously. I think it's still quite easy if we just ape more. So for example, I'm just going to ape another 15 bags. Let's ape another 15,000 here. Why? You see, I don't even like Solana that much, not going to lie. Right? But it's just to get our average price a bit lower here. Right now it's 173. I kind of want it to get lower, but I want to see if Solana starts dipping down again. I'm not the biggest Solana bull at all. At all, really. But regardless. Wait, I bought here, Solana? When did I sell this sold? Why? I bought Solana right. Wait a minute. Oh, I sold pretty instantly. Why did I do that? I bought and sold Solana. If only I just kept this at 143. That would have been pretty cool. But my average price is still way too high. I bought way too close to the top. But the price is not really dumping too much for me to really lower my average price. I lowered it from like 175 to 173 or something. I'll buy another 5,000. All right, that's a 40K Solana long. That's good. And now we wait. Oh, I hit myself. So how much did I buy today? I think we bought another $100,000 worth of spot or worth of positions today. And it's getting now to a pretty interesting spot where I'm going a bit crazy every day. But again, it's risking it for the biscuit. If the market does move against us, we'll not be having a joyous time. We'll not be living our lives to the fullest. We'll be crying almost every single night. But the counter is, in case we are right, we'll be laughing to the freaking bank, all right? And this is what we're doing it for. This is what we're doing it for. Otherwise, nobody shall remember your name. At $3 of XRP, how much would you have put in? No, it's not about the number. I can still write. You guys are going to make me ape XRP here just to prove a point. Are you really going to make me do that? I'll buy another $10,000 worth of XRP here just now. Let's see. Is it 10 or 100? Let's not make the mistake. Just 10,000. Okay. That would be funny if I just accidentally bought 100K instead of 10. I'll just buy right now. Why? To prove a point. I still think that whatever I'm buying right now will soon be in profit, regardless of the price. And people keep asking me, oh, what would you? I don't know. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm just a market participant. Right? I'm not choosing where the market's going to go next. And I just realized my buy did not fill. Please, come on. Go down lower. Get my buy in. Come on, you dirty bastard. You know what? I'll ape 20,000. So now, at this point, we're getting closer to buying $150,000 worth of positions today. But I could have... I shouldn't ape it more. You know what? No, we're just staying to the 10. I'm not going to buy in more because I promised myself I was going to buy if it went below 3. And now all of a sudden we're buying at 305, which is way too high for me being comfortable. I actually want to cancel the buy just out of principle again also, but I have now 2 conflicting principles. You know what? I'm going to stand with my earlier principle of I think we could do really, really well here, but I could have bought at $3 a few minutes ago and I didn't for some reason. I don't know why exactly. So right now, I'm going to put an order at $3 and whatever, 5 or something like that. I'll buy like $20,000. Out of principle, I'll buy back if we get there. You know what? I could also just start setting up orders. But the thing is, you know, the nice part is Pionex all does this automatically. Yeah, you're right. Don't buy into resistance. You're right. But I don't think he's going to hold that long. Like, I mean, we just were able to get to like $2.10. I think this is also going to be a pretty quick burst again. If the rest of the coins are pumping, which they seem to be. Like, I'm looking on the right. Almost any single coin is also going back up over the hour. So, I don't know. But the nice thing is that many of the coins like XRP, ETH, and all that, I don't really have to think about too much anymore because they're automatically buying through this strategy. So then I'm also thinking, why am I actually opening it up all manually when I could also just probably open bigger bots on Pionex, for example? It's a little bit easier to do. Like, why am I doing it the manual way? And truthfully, I don't have the best of answers for you. Do you use Coinbase at all? Never. I used to be a big Coinbase fan years ago until I found out. You got an issue? Get wrecked. They'll ruin your account. They'll block your account for no reason. There's no way to get it back. Deep knowledge. They want to know everything. The nice thing is, Coinbase is a good platform if you prefer a lot of safety things because it's proper US stuff, right? Kraken, Coinbase are in that field of properly regulated to the core. I don't need none of that. All right, I don't need those safety rails. I've been in the crypto for way too long. I've gotten hacked plenty of times. I got my money stolen plenty of times. I'm okay. If you know the amount of money that I've lost on Cryptopia, oh man, I still, fun fact, now have significant sums of money on exchanges that are barely usable, and I refuse to go sit down for like 30 minutes to take my money out. I'm just too lazy. But I don't like Coinbase for that reason. There are many exchanges in a similar field that I'm not really big fan of, but it's mostly from the perspective that they're not really consumer based. It's mostly for the institution nowadays. There's none of the features that I really love, and Coinbase is okay. But if somebody asked me, hey, which is nice, I would never say, oh, Coinbase is the one. It's just if people really don't want to do any due diligence, and I would always say go for whatever all your friends are using, just because you can easily ask them for tips and all this stuff. But yeah, I'm not a big Coinbase guy. Bitstamp, I've never used Bitstamp, like maybe also years ago. Bitstamp has been around, it's like an OG. Bitfinex, Bitstamp, those are all the OGs as well. Kraken, Coinbase. And Binance kinda, even though they came kinda late, like 2017 or something. Which exchange do you use to withdraw crypto to your bank account? I never do that. What do I need a bank account for? I mean, I have a bank account, but what is the whole principle there? Like, what am I gonna do with bank account monies? In Dubai, for example, anything you want to do with your crypto, you can do with your stablecoin. But a lot of people ask me about this cashing out, but the situation is a bit more difficult than that. But there's a lot of ways in which you could. You could go OTC. You could sell it to a private seller who can send it to your bank, for example. You could do one of the platforms that you're talking about. If the platform is nice to you, go for it. But so cashing out to dollars is or dirham or euros is different than cashing out to a bank account. I consider stablecoins to be cashing out. Right? Cashing out, or at least cashing to a bank account, is a different question. What a good OTC? It depends on your country. There's cash OTC, there's bank OTC, there's business bank OTC. There's so many different ones. If you have large quantities of money, there's different rules for it as well. It also depends how much money you want to go for. There's private OTC desks. There's public ones. There's OTC exchanges, matter of fact, also private. There's so many options of what you could go for, depending on your exact needs. How high will XRP data go? If only I had a freaking crystal ball, brother. I mean, I do have something. I have some sort of ball. I have like a, sometimes I look it up and I look inside. But in reality, I don't know 100% for sure, right? But also, every country is different in that regard. So, also, it's not a one thing fits all. Because I do not know what all the countries' rules are as well. Like, what if you take out from some exchange to your bank account? What if they start asking you all these different questions? Moon says, what did I miss? Tomorrow, the big day, or are they dragging it out? Yeah, they're dragging it out for sure. Big Best Gang says, do you travel and live off of all your crypto earnings? How do you make daily purchases with crypto? Yeah, I use crypto cards. Like the Bybit card I use all the time. Red.Pay is another one I use all the time. There's a few ones I use. I used to always use Crypto.com's card, but they kind of screwed me. So, screw them. But the Bybit card I use for everything. The only problem is, and again, this is a luxury problem, the limit is like $23,000 or $28,000 a month or so, which is relatively low. But, fun fact, you can pay off an American Express and all those things with crypto, or at least with sort of crypto, or cash in that sense, which is crypto, throw it, for example. Also in places like UAE, so in Dubai. No problem at all. But again, if you're actually traveling and you don't like to travel light, you realize that $28,000 for card purchases, not like online I have all these different things for, but if talking like real life, just card things, $28,000 a month is not that, or 23 maybe even. It's not that much, right? Again, you want to pay for two, nah, I'm just joking. I was going to say something stupid. But in reality, I can make it work, all right? But I'm just saying, sometimes you might want to buy something and you're getting screwed. So I have another card, the max there is $100,000 a day. Which is a bit more feasible. I think it's $1 million a month or something. Which, you know, there's levels to this. I'm not spending $1 million a month. So we're good. Not close to spending $1 million a month. Don't worry about that. Oh. And you're tipping fives. I like you getting back to that, Charles. I like you getting back to that. It depends on where we're at. There's different things I tip. But fives, I mean, some people, you know, sometimes, you know, this is my personal thoughts. If I'm walking on the street, right, I'm doing like, hey, brother, you want a newspaper? I'm like, no, but here's $5 anyway. I'll be very happy. People are not happy with the small things. And I think the same for restaurants. Even though, again, I just go by percentage most of the time, I still kind of feel as if it's not right. A server that's serving you a $400 meal did not do more than a server offering you like a $25 meal. If you go into the Michelin star restaurants, right? For example, last time, just a while back, like a few weeks ago, I went to 𝗕𝗁 in Dubai, 3 Michelin star restaurant. It was actually a fun fact. I went before they had that 3 stars, but it was so amazing. The service was so good. I mean, you're paying for it. It's a couple $1,000s for the 3 of us. But it was so good. I understand if you're like, oh, wow. But then again, you are paying thousands of dollars for this dinner as well. So I'm like, in that sense, you can say tip, but it's included in that. That's why they got the start. This is their thing. So, the reason the price is so incredibly high also is because of all this. So then on that end, I'd again say, okay, they deserve more. But on the opposite side, a little grandma cooking in her stall. I went to Vietnam. A $2 burger was the best burger in my entire freaking life. Oh, in my entire life. This guy didn't serve me for shit. Matter of fact, he had the music really loud. He was eating on his own with his family at the other table. Matter of fact, that was not good service. Now, a good question is, does this person deserve more? You guys are asking about, did the bill pass? There is multiple bills, and it takes multiple days. Theoretically speaking, right, they've advanced it. Let's go back to what I've covered earlier. Vote has passed 217 to 212. And the House has now advanced the rules, setting up the floor votes on crypto, defense spending, and their other measures tomorrow. So when all said and done, crypto was the reason the House broke the record for the longest vote in history, as it took nearly 10 hours. Some of the GOP holdouts flipped from no to yes, back to no, and then back to yes, all within like a day. I'm told several of them were hanging out at the Capitol Hill Club down the street tonight, anticipating a late night vote switch. Now, with the final procedural vote passed, right, that part is done, and a promise that anti-CBDC language will be included in the NDAA defense bill, House leadership can bring the Genius Act and possibly the Clarity Act to the floor for final passage as soon as tomorrow. But again, this is a maybe tomorrow, maybe not, because if things take time, this will not even happen tomorrow. But if we're lucky, it's all done and done, done and good tomorrow. But let's see. We're not 100% sure yet. The burger story never gets old. I have to ask, what topics were on it? Let me go find this burger from the random ass dude in Vietnam. I'll type in, maybe I find it all of a sudden. Let me see. Let me see if I find the dude. I went back there multiple times. And then, want to know the funny... Oh, I'm not sure if I even told you guys this ever. You want to know the funniest thing? I rented a motorbike there, right? Or like a little scooter or something like that. I don't remember. Like, oh, that thing was awesome. That little motorbike scooter thing. I don't know if it's a motorbike or a scooter because I don't remember if they care about CC there or not. Maybe they just give you a higher one because nobody cares in the middle of the jungle of Vietnam, right? Anyway, so eventually, sometimes, you realize some of the scooters, some of the features might not be working. And I realized after a little while, that the meter for the gas is not working. So it's a guessing game. But I've been handling the scooter for a while, and I've had a scooter for so long. I can guess kind of where the thing finishes, But at some point that might have gone wrong. Anyway, so when the problems came, yeah, I'm in the middle of the jungle of Vietnam, right? None of these people speak a word of English. And I didn't really know what the freak to do at that gas station because they pump a little bit of fuel in like a little tube, and then there's like a little weighing system. I didn't get it at all, right? Because this is like not a public thing. It's just a random lady in a side store, and it's not as in Thailand where you just say like, oh, this amount of fuel, you give it a little money. No, this was different. It was difficult. But then luckily for us, because there was some confusing mess, I don't remember what. Who do I see there in the furthering distance? Also coming to my freaking lady who's doing the shitty shenanigans. My hamburger guy. He's ready to save the day. He didn't speak English at all. He didn't really understand. All he knew was he knew my motor needed fuel, and he was there to help me out. Oh, what a freaking gentleman that was. He was the best guy I've ever met in my life. That's not true at all. But he was a cool guy, though. He was a very, very cool guy. That guy deserves an award. Matter of fact, if I ever go back to the jungle, I will go visit that guy again just to tell him how much I liked his burger. And I'll tip him an appropriate 28 cents, a nice 15% on the burger. that was for you, Charles. All right, I'll give him a nice appropriate. You know what? Matter of fact, he can get 30%. All right, the burger was about $3, so he's gonna get himself, a nice little 60 cent or something like that. Yep, that's all he's gonna get because we're talking percentages, right? Oh no, this is an issue. The problem is, brothers and sisters, The burger does not have a proper picture because it had been devoured by the time I took the picture. No! No! Why did I not take a proper picture? Ah, wait a minute. Yeah, this is tough. I think this is also the guy's head here. Wait, let me see what I got. Let me see what I got cooking here. No, what? Why am I such a maniac? Who takes a picture after the burger has been devoured? I probably was just taking a picture to say this is the best burger I've ever eaten, or something like that. Oh. Because otherwise, why would I have a proud hand in there? I think it showcased this is amazing. Oh, what a good freaking day. Yup. I love that burger. Oh, let's see here real quick. You know what I also love in freaking Vietnam more than any country in the world? Coconut coffees. I don't know why they do it so well over in Vietnam. That's the country for it. I want to go back so bad to Vietnam. It was so nice. There's a lot of countries have their nice perks though. What is the nice guys? What is the nice things about South America? What's like the most amazing I should be trying over here? All right, I've been going to Chile, Argentina. I've been going everywhere. What should I be trying out? Aquacherry says that was dog meat, bro. If that was dog meat, I'll be eating dog meat a lot because that was amazing. Let's skip whatever you said just there. All right. What should we be trying out? Hey, Dusty boy, in limit order, huh? Yup. That's like taking a picture of the water you just released, the fish you just caught. That's like taking a picture of the water you just released, the fish you just caught. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, the picture, right? Yeah, it makes sense. Mexico is Central America. No, do you guys consider Mexico South America? I mean, it's all the same to me. But regardless, monkey is always used for sandwiches. I'm not sure if you're calling me a monkey just now. What are you trying to say with that? Steakhouse. I've been to a lot of steakhouses. I mean, I just ordered 2 steaks. Charmont, France. Okay. Hanji in New Zealand, maybe? NZ? Probably the chili. Lol. Could be for chili. Say about to pump. All right. The chat has become an interesting mess right now. Maybe because coins are... Oh, bonk! Oh. Bonk is up again 5% in the hour. XLM has started to pump again. IOTA started to pump. Fartcoin has started to pump again. Algorand is up. Oh, things are going again, lads. Go to Rome. I've been to Rome so many times. Matter of fact, one of my favorite watches... I'll grab one. This one is actually from Rome. Fun fact. It's one of my favorite watches. And it was bought in Rome, to be exact with you. If you did want to know. Oh, it's not focusing, but hey, you get it. But the thing is, also, this is a funny thing, right? There's watches nowadays that I've never even worn. I told you about the newest one I bought that I've never even seen. I've had it for months. River says, I know I sold my bonk. Made $100 of a few hours or something. Amazing, dog. I love Rome. Yeah, Rome is nice. Interesting people, but Rome is amazing. Is that an S watch? No. It's a Audemars Piguet Royal Oak chronograph. Did you get to the Philippines? Yeah, I get to the Philippines. Went to Manila, went to some island traveling, and I realized Philippines ain't for me. The islands is amazing. But islands in every country are amazing. But Manila, first of all, I went to some sketchy ass places in Manila, all right? I saw a freaking guy with a chicken on a leash. Now, if I tell you that this area was freaking sketchy, I'm telling you right now, that was sketch. Manila is the top. If I had to name all the places, and I've been to sketchy ass places here in Central South America, I've been to sketchy places in Africa. But Manila had some of the craziest spots I've ever been. And cockroaches everywhere. Nice people. You know, the people I met over there were all cool. But it was pretty disgusting, dirty, and sketch. Level 99. But some of my friends said Manila is their favorite thing, so maybe I'll go back and revisit, you know. But no, the islands were amazing. It was super, super nice. But again, like I said, Malaysian islands, Thailand islands, Vietnam things, they're all kind of similar to me. Some of my friends always say, no, you can't say that. I think it's all the same. Indonesia, it's all kind of similar. They fight chicken, whatever. Have you been to St. Lucia? No. Charles says, "Come, man, you're still in about these tips, brother. Come to Alice Beach. I have a QR code for XRP tips. For real, I'll pay for your drink. Florida Panhandle has the whitest sands on earth." All right, I'll remember that. I'll try to remember that. No, XRP is pushing through. Which one of you just told me to cancel my freaking buy? We need to go 1 for 1 right now. This guy, all right? This, you see, the people in the chat want to see you fail. They say, close your orders, cancel them, dude. When all I should just do is close my eyes and ape. Not financial advice, just my thoughts. But I'm not guaranteeing you nothing, all right? Oh. Generally speaking, where there's roosters doing that thing, you know, the fighting over there, it's generally speaking not the best areas. Yeah, I realized that a bit too late. But anyway, it's always kind of funny as well, right? To get yourself in a sketchy ass spot, you gotta run your own race, bro. I end up in some really funny positions sometimes. But I got nothing on me anyway. What can they I mean, they can take nothing. All right? If you've been robbed a few times, you understand the game. It's okay. All right? I mean, it's not okay. Let me say it that way. But, you know, I think you learn. You live, you learn. Don't wear that watch in London. There's literally no place that I wear watches ever. Ever. Maybe Singapore, maybe Hong Kong, Dubai, obviously, UAE, Saudi, I guess you could. Even all the other ones, like Qatar and stuff, you can. Maybe like Monaco, it's also pretty nice. Fun fact, Nigeria, a lot of people wear crazy watches. LA, a lot of people wear crazy watches, but also that's where some people get them taken, so I wouldn't necessarily go for that. But I did see a lot of cool watches. Vegas, a lot of people had cool watches as well. Miami, a lot of people had cool watches. But again, those are the money spots, right? So it also makes sense. New York, I didn't see any cool watches on the street or anything like that. Where else do people wear really crazy stuff? Cannes, Santorini, Mykonos, people have cool watches. Mallorca, people had cool watches. South Africa, Cape Town, people had cool watches. Yeah, so they're there, right? But where I would go with watches, not that many. I wear nothing. I wear nothing on me, nothing. I have no money, no nothing. Most of the time, I don't even take a phone. You might think that's stupid because you're trades and all this stuff. You're doing all this stuff. Most of the time, if I know I'm not gonna change anything. I don't take anything at all. Just chill, be one with whatever you're doing. But obviously, if you're going to go, you need to book an Uber. You can't go without a phone. You know, you go proper, do something, you got to take a phone. If you're just going for a freaking walk, what am I going to take all this stuff for? I'm just looking at XRP going right now. It's not like our money would have really been up too much. It's about the principle. It's about the principle that I let somebody deter me from opening my position. Hating on you from the sidelines, bro. Tier 1 hater. What do you think XP will hit end of year? If only I had a freaking glass ball, dude. That would be amazing, but I don't. I hate the way that you talk, the way that you walk. I hate the way that you dress. I hate the way that you dress. Detective says, I was getting some batteries changed in my main couple watches, and they had a few $800 to $1,200 G-Shocks. Kind of blew my mind. Yeah, G-Shocks are crazy nowadays. One of my favorite watches ever, though, is still a G-Shock as well. I think out of all the ones, G-Shock has some of the just classic pieces, right? That is just good for almost any scenario, especially if you're just doing normal day-to-day stuff. XLM is left behind in H-bar. I don't know. I think XLM is doing pretty good right now. Come Paraguay once again. I didn't go to Paraguay yet. It's one I should visit. One of my friends is so stoked about Paraguay. He's been all this time. Because it's really peaceful, really safe, everything. People like it a lot. But I don't know. I didn't even know even now, hey, not going to lie to you. I don't remember the freaking capital of Paraguay. I forgot that son of a gun a while back. Because it's just not one of the ones mentioned. So, man, XP keeps pushing, lads. Are you watching this? If only we bought just now at $3. We should just go like start becoming real angry at little sore morons. 307, boys, we're going. We're pumping. The trade is back to 220K profit. Solana's still ass. Okay. Logical, as always. Solana's still garbage. XP still popping. All right, all right. I'm getting sleepy. I would love to wake up an XRP millionaire. Brother, or I guess sister, the XRP price is going crazy. What are you talking about? Charles says, hopefully I wake up and my 5x long has moaned. I'm not sure what you mean moaned. Not y'all, always funny and juicy as oh, juicy. By the way, my bar's name is Alice is raw in Alice. Oh, Alice is the place. I thought your bar was Alice. It's raw and juicy. I like juicy. I appreciate that. If I ever go to that spot, I'll get back to you. Paraguay is only good if you're going to set up a BTC mining operation. Very cheap hydroelectricity. I don't know. I'm not into all of that. I'm mostly just traveling for the vibes, saying hi to people I know, meeting cool people again, having fun times, and just enjoying, I guess. And $1 goes a long way over here. Yeah, I found out how cheap the other countries were. Brazil. Which other one? Which one was? I was shocked by I think all South American countries were incredibly cheap, and I didn't expect it to be. I expected them to be cheap, but even in the most expensive spots, they were just really, really good pricing. Give me a second to take a piss. Who dumped the XP price while I was gone, huh? Let's see. Have you Costa? We're Welcome to Nashville, Tennessee. No, I didn't go to the Bitcoin conference. Let's go back into it. You ever come to Nashville? No. Peter Thiel? Oh, that was funny. Peter Thiel. I don't know what's into my head, but my open position on futures XP with 10x, I set a stop loss at price 1K. I presume you mean $1. I have no idea what I'm reading here. I mean, is it cross and it doesn't matter? You know what? You do you, brother. Let's see. If we don't break 320, we definitely squeezing to 312, 311. All right. Chris Green says RSR will 1K, but bad by Peter Thiel. I mean, RSR has some solid perks, but the 1,000? I mean, you know what? Whatever. Dusty's wearing his new watch. No, I'm not. This is not my new watch. My new watch, I told you, I've not seen yet. It's in a it's in a vault somewhere. And I've never seen it even once. But I have to pick it up in a different country, so yeah. Guys, XRP keeps going. Woo! 307. You, buddy. Jinxed it. You're right. I should never say that again. You're right, actually. But still, regardless, from our buy, it's kind of funny how it's been moving. Oh, the Solana position didn't buy. I see. It's moving upwards now. You see, we barely just did not buy the other 5K, which is kind of sad. Maybe it's going to still buy, though. Let's see. We'll keep it open. I don't mind. Moonlit says, don't FOMO, people. Yeah. I mean, we wanted to FOMO just now at $3, and we didn't because, well, I don't know why, actually. And then now I'm just chilling. Hey, Dusty, what's the difference between cross instead of isolated? Changing the leverage at will. So isolated can only use the margin that you give to it, so to speak. Whereas with cross, it can use your entire balance. So let's say I have $1 million in my account. If I cross on a $10,000 position times 10, that's 100K. It can basically never get liquidated because I got $1 million in there that can always take from. If it's isolated, at that point, it's just going to get wrecked as the price goes minus 10% because you do not want to touch your other capital. Both have their perks. A lot of my friends use isolated for very, very large positions because it minimizes risk. A lot of people use cross with higher leverage, for example, just because you're using less capital and you're taking more advantage of a small move by using less capital. It's theoretically speaking the same as buying spot with all the money you have if you had enough to cover it. Or it's by, basically, in my case here, let's say I have $700,000 in my account. And I'm opening only $1.5 million worth of trades. Essentially, it's only 2x leverage. But I could do it with 10 times leverage. So I just keep, so it's, let's say, for example, 150K times 10, right? Now I've got 550K left worth of capital that I can just deploy at will. And in the meantime, as my positions are moving around, what is the probability that all of that money is going to be used up, right, to take in the position as margin? Quite small. So that way you just have more free capital. Then again, a lot of people, they use leverage a bit differently. They, for example, open a 50x trade. They got 100,000 in their account. They go times 40 on that, so they can trade with 4 million. It's good and all, but the problem is, if the price moves a bit against you, you might be wrecked. Moonlit says he went from $700 to $15K in a month using the bots. That's pretty amazing, dude. I mean, if you've been using the bots with more leverage than I do, you might have been doing really, really amazing. But the reason I'm showing you low leverage recently is because if you think about it, if I am doing something that everybody needs to see and stuff, and I also have copyable templates, which again, I'm not your financial advisor, don't copy me. I'm just showing my results and my strategy or whatever. Then, and I know how to properly manage it, it's wiser to do higher leverage probably. But if most people do not understand the principle of adding margin on these, 3x leverage is probably better. But I just can't get over using 3x leverage. It's just so garbage. Relatively, if I'm not doing 3x, in my opinion, this is not financial advice, is like the freest thing ever. It's so simple, but it's too slow. So 5x, because the price almost never goes down that much anyway. And if it does, I can just add more. But again, I'm basing it on the presumption that it doesn't. But then again, there's a lot of different strategies to get around this. Moon says, start with 3x, 5x, then when resistance flips support, switch to 10x and keep capital for margin. Well, to each their own, right? Maybe if you've been destroying it, this seems to work for you really nicely. I'm happy to hear that. But there's not a one strategy fits all. I think whatever you now tell people to do, somebody will do the exact opposite, right? They're like, oh yeah, Moonlet said do. And all of a sudden they lose everything because they did one step wrong. And also, if you got an edge, sometimes it's nice to just milk the crap out of it because maybe you are onto something that other people just are not. I mean, even now, my bot strategies, I've talked before about my 10K to a mil challenge. In no way, shape, or form is it guaranteed, but you're seeing the results. And I keep saying, like, well, it's not that hard. It just takes time. But the same thing, if you're depositing 10K a month, right, you'll be a billionaire at, in 60 years? If your average return is 12% a year? With the S&P or whatever? But that's, again, 60 years, and people don't like 60 years is the problem. Moonlit says you have to play it safe. Yeah, man. I mean, you got a strategy for it. I'm happy for you, dog. I really am. That's good to know. That's good to hear. We've almost been streaming for like 3 hours. Damn. What's your guys' times? What time are you guys living in right now? For me, it's 2 a.m. What do you guys got? Who's doing it worse? Who's doing it better? Oh, we got 1 a.m., we got 8:05, 10 p.m., 12, 1 a.m., 1 a.m., all right. We got nobody doing it worse. Who's nobody in London or anything like that, huh? Okay, please, I like you, man, but please never say you cannot lose. You can always lose. We got Roger at 6 a.m. What is your timeline estimate on the 10K to a mil? Just wondering. Well, again, it's a bit deceiving. Please understand that just because it says 10K to a mil doesn't mean that's all I have in my balance. If the trade goes against you, right, to keep it open, I need significantly more than whatever I have, right, the 10K. It's a fun challenge for me to do. And if the market moves up, it'll just happen within like a few months, probably. I mean, if the market goes slowly, it will take 2 or 3 years, probably. If the market goes hard, it will probably be done within the end of the year. So not the end of this year, but like the end of the 12-month period. But it, again, depends on how crazy the XP price goes. I want to do the same challenge for Bitcoin because I feel as if that will be a little bit easier for a lot of people to watch. And also the swings will be less crazy. But for my friend, it took 3 years on Bitcoin with 3x leverage. I'm doing XRP on 5x leverage. So I'm thinking, from that angle, I don't know. I feel as if he did Bitcoin 3x and it took like 2.5 years, I could probably do XRP with 5x leverage and do it quicker. I'm looking for it, but I'm scrolling over every time. Here we go. But again, it all depends on how things go. It all depends on the market. If all of a sudden XRP is at $10, right, in a few months, yeah, we'll be there, right? We might be literally there. The best place to learn? Watch these videos consistently, and I think most of this will come to you, all right? I cover all this bot stuff pretty in-depth. I've made multiple tutorials on it. I have 2 45-minute tutorials covering all the details about everything. And the specific strategies, the reason I'm being more cautious with saying all that is because they are quite hard. Whereas the ones I cover now, all the stuff you see, all the profits you see right here, it's all super, super simple. And that's why I keep telling people, if you try any of these things, which again are not guaranteed to bring you results, but hopefully they make intuitive sense, right? You can always develop your own things from there, but they'll all be intuitive because all a bot does is what you could do manually as well. It automates it. Don't get something that's like an, oh, you put, I don't want to even mimic it by saying those words. I just want to say, if you cannot understand what's going on, why would you go for it? Again, I'll explain once more. So what, for example, my ADA bot does, right? Let's look at it. All it does is it buys in at a certain amount. So in this case, if it was 74 cents, that's where it buys in, right? In this case here, the bot is in so much profit because I bought the dip once, because I only put 3K in the first time and it's now 6, so I bought the dip somewhere. But all it does is it gets a position in at 74 cents, right? Relative to where it is in this range, it buys more or less. The lower it is to the range, relatively the more it's going to buy. Then what it's going to do is it's basically going to be buying and selling based on where it is within this range and based on how many grids you have, consistently, constantly, all the time, to cash out grid profits. These are cashed out, done and over with. And the reason they are so nice is because you can either cash them out, compound them, but I like it mostly for this reason. If, for example, your price goes down tremendously, but you've kept them open for a while, these grids will basically cover most of the downside, meaning eventually as time progresses, you just basically get the APR, but hopefully as the market goes up, you also get the P&L from it. But if you don't, if the market doesn't move with you, right, at least the loss is minimized over time because it grids out. Whereas with the traditional long, if the market doesn't move with you, right, you're just at a floating minus 100K, for example, in this position I was at before. Right now it's plus 220, but if the market goes down, I'm not benefiting from that. Whereas with the other ones, I am. What if I says 6 CM haven't slept? That's not good. Moonlit says, this started in November. I've been watching Dusty since a few others. I keep it simple. If it sounds too good to be true and the influencer doesn't show profits on their way on how they're trading, I don't watch them. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, every single one of the positions I've shown you here, we've opened together. The first XRP thing, the first open, we were together. Every single one of these, we've done together in that sense, right? You'll see the loss, you see the profit. I was minus $100,000 on this before. People saw it. A lot of people laughed. Almost all of these bots were at a loss at some point. Almost every single one of them. No, people didn't want to hear nothing about it. And I told you back then, you will see. I said that so many times. You will see, just wait. You will see me see. I said exactly this. You will see this trade being $200,000 worth of profit. And people said, yeah, you said that, but XP going down. And now we are here, right? I said, you will see this account be hundreds of thousands of dollars in the profit. People laughed, and now we're here. I know many people support it, but I'm just saying, you know, there's a lot of people who like to always say negative things when things are negative. And they say, oh, I've always been supporting when things are good. Dusty might be a crypto genius. Not at all, my friend. I'm very average in a lot of ways. Because what these bot situations, if you find this really hard to grasp, I highly suggest to sit down for like 2 hours, just click every button on the platform. If you don't get it, right, you don't get it at all, then this is going to be a really tough time. But I'm quite certain that this is not one of the most difficult platforms you'll find. Because it's so intuitive how bots can help with trading. Still at 307 per XRP. Holy freaking schmalokes, right? Sometimes I realize these high prices make you almost want to do some crazy freaking things, man. It's just, oh. What platform is it? This one is Pionex. This both links are down below, and this one is Blowfin. He says, I can't seem to get Pionex to allow me to add leverage and all that stuff. If you're in the US, you can almost not use any platform. You need to use a VPN. That's one. Or, yeah, look for a platform that, you know, is allowed in the US, but there's not many. Is Coinbase wallet considered as a cold wallet? I don't know which wallet Coinbase has nowadays. Maybe. But it depends on what type of wallet they got. Wow, Moonlit is an interesting one. Except you could hit all-time high, we close. I mean, all-time high is really like it could be a 1 or 2 day thing where all of a sudden, once we get close to it, the FOMO is so high that all of a sudden we are at an all-time high. And the reason I'm saying that, even though I'm not an advisor, I do not know, I don't have a crystal ball, is because just now with the $3 mark as well, we were at $2.20, $2.35, and we really went up so hard overnight, $2.70 or something like that when it once across 250, and all of a sudden we were at 3 right now, and we are above 3 now. Slowly but surely climbing to the freaking top. Tao says, Coinbase wallet is not considered as cold storage. It's a self-custody wallet, though, meaning you control your private keys. It's primarily a hot wallet, meaning it's connected to the internet. Okay, so that's not nice then. I've never used Coinbase wallet. I didn't even know they had a wallet. I thought they made a new one, though, or there was some Twitter announcement, so I thought maybe, but I've never used it. I don't know. I think what most people like is Ledger, Trezor for cold storage. If you can't buy one of those, I often say, if you don't have the funds to buy them, you know, I don't know if you should be that worried then about them. But, you know, it also depends on how risky you are. Because if you don't do anything crazy, and you've used a separate email for these things, for example, I mean, what is the probability of your account getting screwed, right? It's pretty freaking small. It can happen, but the same thing can happen to your Gmail. And if your Gmail gets screwed, some people would actually be off worse. Is a ledger bought 6 years ago still fine? Yeah, you might not get many more updates, but I still use, like, yeah, I still use old ledgers as well. The thing is, I've got so many, but I also have a different strategy for how to use ledgers. I just use them like, I use different ledgers for different things, which is not smart, by the way. But the main reason I do that is just to keep things a bit. 308. Lads. Whew. Sheesh. All right. Okay. We're slowly but surely moving up, huh? Excellent, better, no? I think they are about the same in terms of risk reward. They're in a pretty similar spot right now, it seems. I don't think one is that much better over the other. You can be lucky and the one does a significant amount better, but I'm not so sure exactly what that will be based on, you know? I must say, though, that XLM still has so surprised me. HBAR, by the way, it's also done really exceedingly well. I cannot lie. I mean, it's been doing good. But XLM still, the fact that it's my #1 by this far, I still can't believe it to some extent. ETH is starting to crawl up, though, huh? Not really. It's still pretty far off. Sheesh. Crazy. Mrs. says, hard to go to sleep when it's pumping. Yep, it's 2:15. I thought I was going to stream for like 20 minutes. Maybe like half an hour. I just ate my 2 steaks. Ooh. And I thought, let me just quickly open it up. Have a little chat with the rest of the lads. And all of a sudden, this happens. Okay, what's the high? The local high is right there. Let's go for the second one as well. The lowest close on the 5 minute. Well, the 5 minutes not that important. Let's go for 1 hour. Oh, lads. We have already made ourselves a new highly 1 hour, or higher 1 hourly. We are also higher on the 4 hour right now. Okay, this might get really interesting here. I don't like the 1 minute chart though. It's a bit too cluttery because it's too far away at the previous high point. There we go. Now we chill and we see XRP go. I mean, $3.08 is already pretty wild, right? I think it's pretty crazy. $3.08. I wonder. Lads, think with me here. What if I go to bed now? Because it seems to be that every single time I leave this desk, we go absolutely crazy. So I'm thinking of doing this for you. But I don't want to. I want to sit here and enjoy the rally for the first time. Because every single time I open it, it just goes down. But every single time I decide to click, go to bed, all of a sudden I wake up and it's 25 cents higher. But the problem is, it might have to become an interesting long mission. Guys, if you've not done it yet, make sure you press that like button, by the way, all right? A lot of y'all probably have already, but we got about 350 people in, and we have about 283 likes pressed. Make sure you press that button, because we've been going for almost 3 hours. Some of you guys are also crazy for sitting here this long. I have to admit, all right? Because I'm pretty crazy. But you guys are also pretty crazy. Messes is winning the game right now, being here all this time. Damn. Uh-oh. We're going further, lads. 855. 879. Okay, we're so close. 89. Oh, this is getting interesting now. You guys are saying woohoo. I am not happy yet. What I want to see is us take out that 310. Oh, come on. Come on. I am too locked in right now. Matter of fact, I think I might be coming a bit crazy. Oh, come on. So close yet so far, huh? Come on. Come on. Come on. Dusty, what's up, bro? What's up, Craig? We're just watching XRP make some history here. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Also, I'm a bit too black for this, I presume, huh? Can you guys see me even at all? That don't work. Nope. No, not my skin color. Ain't happening. Maybe if I blast the light all the way. Is 45 unrealistic? I feel like it's high, man. Like you're talking about some too far away. Good vibes. Good vibes. A slow ride. Take it easy. I'm easy. I just want to see it happening for once. I'm always asleep or always doing some crazy stuff when it happens. Mog says 310 is cool, but I'm going to need to come back down on Monday because I have a little bit of schmeckles to buy that dip. All right. I see where you're coming from. Hey Dusty, is the altcoin season ready? What do you mean? When you say that, what do you mean? It's because at the end of the day, alt season is just are people getting into a craze of you know, like mania, in a rush. Are people going a bit insano mode? When will be the top this year? If only we knew that, life would be pretty easy. Oh, I gotta charge my charger. I need pump. Oh shit! I forgot to put my I'm right now feeling a bit interesting. Okay, everything has all of a sudden gone out of power because I forgot to plug my main charger in. That's why, okay. Oh, come on. We're just a cent away. Dusty, is this the new Rolex? No, guys, this is a completely different brand. This is not the Rolex I just bought. Something else. This is a different brand to watch. The new one, I told you. Let me connect it again. There we go. Should be good. Come on. You guys are saying on some exchanges we have already hit it. You're saying there's lag. It's not the lag. It's just every exchange has a different feed, right? They have a little bit of a different book. So in some exchange it might have hit it and another it didn't. But so it also depends on what the local high was on that specific exchange. Anyway, while we are looking at this XRP, Bob may have set a triple gold. We're going. We are moving, lads. Let's set up a new alert for if XRP. Create new alert. Price reaches 2 or 3.11. I'll do it once. Let's see. Once we get to 311, 3.12. You know the funniest thing? Sometimes I forget about the alerts that I put down. So in the moment, I'm just chilling, and all of a sudden, I'm just chilling, and then I hear ding, 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 ding. Yeah, this is the best one, though. Oh. Boys? What? Where's the sound? I got scammed. That's what it should be. Oh, we got so scammed. Anyway, damn, we're moving, lads. Can you guys consider for a second that if I had just bought a bit earlier, we would be pretty happy right now. And it's not like we didn't plan to. We planned to buy at $3, but then all of a sudden we went on a monstrous rally. I feel like my bots are also too conservative. I don't know if you guys are feeling the same thought, but it's basically along the lines of, if you look at this, the price range where it trades at is 142 to 344, right? I want to put the lower bound of the range higher because the closer it is to the current price, right, the more it's able to cash out in grids. The problem is it will also, theoretically speaking, have to buy more at these current levels, relative. So depending on how I scale it up, oh, what are we doing? Three. I was almost about to go to the freaking bed. I want to see a little let's go boys in the chat. Come on. Hit me with a little let's go. Come on. Get me a little hyped up. Let's get a little excitement going. Come on. Even if you're not holding any XP, you got to be a little bit excited for this. Let's see what's the most top gainer to right now though. What's popping right now? Algorand, huh? How did their Algorand dip buying go? It's still at a little bit of a loss, but it's okay. We'll give it some time. Look at that. The boys are hyped up. Oh, this is good. Ayo, Captain Jack. Let's go. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. You see, if I had gone to bed, I'd see none of this. Let's get it on. Let's get it out. I want the bacon, sausage, and the ham. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm in the mood right now for vibes. So whatever you were talking about right there, brother, you do you, all right? $3.14 per XRP has been hit. Sheesh. Gonna make a nice little post. Wait a minute. Is there no emoji for this? Oh, there's no emoji or anything. Wait a minute. Really? Chap coming with the $2. Appreciate that. Saying thank you for your time and due. I'm not sure exactly what you mean with due, but hey, appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. Thank you for the $2. My phone just woke me up, Keep said. I understand that. Oh, my days. What is going on, guys? This is just crazy. I'm at a bit of a shock that we're moving up so much, just beat the local high by, and just are. We are. Sheesh! Like, what, everybody? Now is that time. I was going to go to bed. If you've not pressed that like button yet, make sure you press that button right now. There's not a better time. XRP just hit a local high again. The highest point in an extremely long amount of time. There's a lot of people who just sold their XRP. They must be punching, right? You just said punching air. They must be punching the freaking, they must be like raging inside right now. This XRP thing. Damn, I'm not saying anything. I'm just a quiet observer here. I'm that creepy guy that, that's like at the side just chilling, looking in a bit in an inappropriate way. I really feel like FOMOing here like a maniac, dog. You don't even know the amount of FOMO I feel right now. But I'm not giving into it. I've learned, but damn! Oh, what is this? Oh, rubbing. You want to know a little funnier thing? You know that an altcoin season, really, essentially, most times it's way crazier than what we're seeing right here. Like the real good part of the season. Like what we're seeing now is amazing, but it's not that crazy yet. Like I can still sleep. But I'm telling you right now, in a good and bad way. Normally the crazier part of the market, you just can't do nothing no more. Come on. You know another funny thing? This is also one funny thing. I have videos of me looking at XRP at like 40 cents, 30 cents, and I actually have videos of me buying at 11, but I didn't have a face cam. 11 cents. What's funny, when I look back now, right, I'm like, damn, it was so cheap. Why am I stressing out about going from 45 cents to 55 cents? But the funny thing is, I think in a few months, I'll be looking back at these streams where we're stressing out over $3.15 and all that stuff. And then at some point, right, when we're so crazy deep in the alt season, or maybe the next season, a few years later, we'll just laugh at this. Dusty, you still up? You think I can sleep when the price does something crazy like this? Hey, you see, another funny thing, we have 600 people watching, but how many of y'all are in the chat? Because sometimes there's people lurking a bit that normally never say anything. We've been going for 3.25 hours. We were talking about sniping that $3 XRP mark, and we collectively decided, let's skip away from that. A lot of y'all were here. Who is here in the chat box right now? I really hope today's a day we witness history. I'm not so sure if it is. But right now it's almost 3 a.m. for me. I'm not going... I'm not fucking leaving! Ah! If this keeps going on, I mean, I don't know. Because we just broke the local high. Right now we're back in territory of the craziness. Upsy down, you should never say you are a lurker. You should be one and just always be quiet about it. You just say like, hey, I'm here. Haha, what's up, G? But when you say I'm a lurker, that's a bit, I don't know about that. Look at this. Look at all the peeps we got in the chat that sometimes never say anything, but hey. You guys are all part of history now because you'll forever be remembered in this stream because you are here in this chat box, and this chat box will never go away again. Daniel says, back, away for a bit, all good. Here, we're getting ready to fly. All right. What's a realistic price? At the end of the day, nobody knows for sure, right? I've talked about what I think can happen. You just look for it on the Googles. You'll find me. Finance Bull. Dusty, what have you been up to since Vegas, bro? Been doing good. Been traveling. Things are nice. Bryce says, let's go. If XRP price goes 100, I will pay for the whole debt to the Philippine government. All right. Interesting. That's just the way it is. Bro is still traveling. Yeah, I travel all the time, so it's pretty nice. How do you feel about the RSI? I don't think the RSI is the best of indicators, but in this case, I don't even know. Do I have it open here? No, let's see. Do I have an RSI on normal XRP? I don't even know. I don't even remember which one. I don't know if I have it open here on any one of them. Because I don't know the last video I made, and these charts don't say what they are. I have to check it here, but I don't care enough. I don't use RSI for almost anything. I don't know if it's that indicative. Basically shows whether or not an asset is oversold or underbought. Sometimes I use it for some specific strategy, but in general, not that much. Oh, look at this crazy juiced up XRP pump, though. You want to know a funny thing? When I'm looking on the side here also, XRP is really a juicy coin in comparison to all the other ones. Oh, this is nice. I'm enjoying this a lot. Oh, we're going even further. Oh. Algorand pumping too? Pump it up. You got to pump it. Algorand's still down for me, but hey, could be worse. Algorand didn't dump that much, so we didn't double down. I only added $500 more. And the rest of our buys was going to happen at 25 cents, but we didn't reach that. We didn't go down that much. You know, pump it up. You got to pump. You know, a little fun thing. I still kinda want to ape even more into ETH here, because I'm just thinking it's like kind of still cheap. XRP trade is almost so close to a $250,000 profit. Ah, we're so close. You know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Come on! I summon thee, the XRP destroyers of XRP. Maybe that helped. Maybe that can help our price go up. I don't know. I just did a little. I hope I should have probably done like a different color, right? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I shouldn't call it upon the red spirits. I should have maybe maybe done it green. I mean, that might not have been wise. Okay, now we get the XRP green candles. This is what we like to see. XRP needs to be green. Come on, green. Green, come on. I'm not sure if it's worked, ladies and gentlemen. Red didn't work. I mean, red worked for a little bit, which is negative. We tried green. But I feel as if my summoning here didn't do too much for the price. Dusty, you need to get some sleep. I think you've gone crazy. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, maybe I have. Maybe indeed XRP made me lose my mind. Just let it wash over you like a warm blanket over the moon. You're right. I'll just sit cozy dozy. This is annoying the crap out of me. I cannot sit cozy dozy with this little thing sticking to it. There we go. All right, now it's time to chill. Back into my restraints, you know, that they put on in the facility. Dusty's taking a nap. You know, I feel like that one dude, maybe you guys remember that? There's like this very interesting meme on Pump Fun, where there's a guy that's like, no hands can't sell. And then obviously he just sold into it. It's like such a funny thing. I'm thinking of like, I'm just gonna stand here. Whatever. Me at the computer right now with my blanket. You know, blankets, I don't know who designed that, how this came to be, but it's the best invention ever, right? Makes you look extremely soft, but it's okay. Because I'm freaking comfortable right now, brother. Paul says, you're loving your money going up. You know, Paul, trust me when I say, you don't know the half of it. You have no idea the emotions that are going through. Maybe that you actually can mimic or understand, but for me, and this is going to sound odd to some people, but I really don't care that much about this specific trade. It's mostly just about the price going up, the good or better markets to come, and partially the portfolio. But the trade itself, it's I don't know, I feel as if it doesn't really matter to me as much. And this is crazy because it's not as if this is a very small trade to me. You know, it's not like it's it's just because if it were to be in a minus, you know, it's $1 million trade, I would not be having a lot of fun. But we're back to up. Lads, study at the helm. Come on. This is the, I don't know if you've ever experienced any sort of edging. This is taking it over. I don't know what it's doing to me right now, but the emotions that I'm feeling, I cannot describe in words easily. All right? It's a sort of, I don't even know how to describe it right here. You're going to fall asleep. Don't not worry. There's not a single ounce of sleep in my body. This is just a teasing session. Which, all right, you go to I don't want. Oh man, I want to say some stuff. I should not be saying nothing. All right. Whoa, edging. You heard what I said, brother. Are you seeing what's happening to the price right now? Right. This is, the levels which we are seeing right now. This is very, very specific. Oh shit! I just broke the chair. She shouldn't have done that. It's just a little boy. Uh-oh. There we go. We're locked in. Comfy in my chair. Never mind. Stuck. There we go. Yeah. This is comfortable. Now we're ready for some XRP price action. Come on. Hands are warm. Warm and comfortable. Not necessarily very moisturized, but we can change that. At least we're watching the price. Okay, if you guys are ready, I'm gonna do some magic tricks on this now. Maybe not. Let's just watch it for right now. You know what? Let's not go too crazy. Come on. 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓. Come on. I already know the moment I'm going to look away, something crazy is going to happen. I feel it. I'm making no guarantees. I'm not a financial advisor. I make no guarantees of any results. None of this in this video is financial advice. It's only for informative and entertainment purposes. Thank you for understanding. Predictions, down, up or down? What do you guys think is going to go? Up or down? This is predictions. We don't know anything, right? But this is just what do you guys think? Just like how my opinion weights nothing, it means nothing. Right now, you can't see the price. You think it's going to go up or down from here? Predictions in. This is eternalized. We can always look back and see because it's right here. Why did somebody say pumpkin? What is that supposed to mean? I remember you walked to the bathroom and the price went up. Should we try it? Which bathroom? I have 2 in my hotel room. But anyway, I'll go to the closest one. All right, let's try it out. Whoever told me just now to go to the bathroom, I think he kind of ruined us here a little bit. But now I'm back. Maybe we can recover from this. You know what we do? We do a little sneaky tactic called we change it a little bit. Nobody lost yet. This is called adjusting. Oh. Come on. Sheesh. We have a staggering 725 people watching. If you're watching this stream right now, you've not pressed that like button yet, there's no better time to do so than right now. Ooh, we're keeping it interesting. So the votes were about 50-50 on the down and up. Actually, matter of fact, there is a way to put an official one in, right? Oh, this is confusing. Okay. Let's see. We still have a little bit of time. I put a poll in. Ooh. Okay, the conclusion has been drawn. I should never go to the toilet again. The moment I go, we are cursed. But I'm sitting here right now and things are doing really, really nice. Oh no, it's not. I mean, we have to be fair to all the people that said down. We got to give it a little bit of. I mean, it's been. No, we don't count that one. I didn't go piss, by the way. I just went. Somebody says that was a quick piss. I just only went to the toilet to try to see if they. Oh. You see, this is what I said before. Proper edging session. If you don't know, don't worry about it. But if you know, you know. All right? This is teasing. There we go. Come on. What? This is so close. Like, what is this? Come on. This is your last chance. It's so freaking close, dude. This is crazy. By the way, it's a 1 minute chart. This is not like it's that important necessarily, but still. This is just to see how good you guys are at your expectations. Some of you guys said up, some of you guys said down. You have your last... Man, every single time I think no, it's for sure... Oh... Why do I'm reading in the chat, yeah, I piss my pants in moments like this, but I do have to get my hot pocket out of the microwave before my hungry hippo of a woman steals it. What are you guys talking about? What am I missing here on the side? How is there all of a sudden a story about a hippo wife? What happened? What did I, where did the conversation change? Alchemist, welcome back. I mean, it looks like it's gonna be down. Hey, Stampo, you a weird one, bro. Just so you know that, bro. What is this? This is... I mean, it's officially up. It's up. 3:15, ladies and gents. Every single person who just voted up, you have officially won. And my neighbors hate me and think I'm unemployed. Damn! There we go. Look at that, boy. Oh my days, we're going! Gonna get a oh, there we go, lads. Steady wins the race. Every single person, if you just said up, you were correct. And whatever the prize does afterwards does not matter because you'll be remembered forever as the person who was right. In case you were wrong every single time after that, it does not matter because the moment that it counted, you were right. And that is also very important. Can we go more? Can we go 320? Oh, this is interesting. And I was just thinking, XRP, it's probably going to keep bouncing off of $3. I need to go sleep. And then we see this. Then. Hey, by the way, what a real professionals is what you call them. Use only the XRP 1 minute chart apparently because, lads, steady. Okay, this does not work. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. How crusty are we? Hey, crusty, are we? We're doing good. We're doing good. We're locked in right now. You need to go to sleep, my man. With an XRP price this high, you don't tell me what to do. Man, things are really, really interesting right now, huh? Can't pump if you're behind the chair. You're right. This does not make sense. I should be... Oh, why didn't you tell me that before? How many of y'all are actually using my bots, by the way? How many of you guys are using any of my strategies? Which, again, I'm not your financial advisor. I'm not guaranteeing nothing. I'm just wondering. We've almost been streaming for 4 hours straight, if you're wondering, by the way. XRP was below $3 when we started, so this is going pretty well. Check the sound. Check what sound? Check what sound? What? Who does that? It's like, check behind you! And then I see nothing. It's like, did you see it? No, I didn't. Did you just say, check the sound? It's working. Anyway. Who said that? Man, there's a chat right in front of you. You just check the sound. Oh, it's working on my end. Did he say it was on my end or? Okay, yeah, he did. You sound good. Hey, appreciate that, John. Thank you for the kind words. I don't know why you just told me I sound good. That's a bit strange statement to make, John. I'm just joking. Appreciate that, John. You know, sometimes I get really excited talking to people on the internet, looking at whatever you guys are writing. And sometimes I really wish I did not have eyes. It's about a 50-50. 50-50, max. Like, maximum 50% of the time I'm happy to have eyes. Koffie, koffie, lekker bakkie koffie. Jongens, wie lust de kop? Lekker grap. Lekker bakkie koffie, jongen. Lekker bakkie koffie, ouwe. Lekker bakkie. The sound is clean. Keep up the great work. You are entertaining. Thank you very much. Schlinky1284. That means a lot to me. I've sung the Pump It Up song all day. Nice, John. Maybe this was you who caused the pump, huh? CP says, can we ask for the rain? Can we rain dance for the pray for... CP, are you okay? All good with you, brother? A little fun fact. I don't feel like I'm actually hyped up enough for what's happening right now. Like, if I'm being honest with you, the heights that my portfolio is seeing right now, I should be doing some tricks in the air. All right, I should be donkey clapping right now, just full on cheeks wide open, just clapping it at a medium pace, just precision and steady claps. But yet I'm just here sitting steadily, doing fine, looking at the XP price going to 3 set. It's the final countdown. Wow. Do a backflip? All right. I can't do none of that, bro. Oh, how's the count doing? Can we? Oh, lads, it's another double compound time for the XRP bot. Where are we at now? We are at 27,986. 27,986. Roughly 22 compounds in of the 95 to get to 1 million. Still far away, but slow and steady wins the race. Algorand bot is in profit. Look at that. That's nice. 𝗬𝘓𝗏 doing good. We opened this just 4 days ago. That's pretty nice. New song, Pump Down. We got to pump down. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Why would you ever sing a pump down song? I don't know. You know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. To find no countdown. No sleep tonight. I don't know. I feel as if I'm about to do something crazy. If you're right in here watching, we've had about 8,000 people join the stream. Fun fact, you know that the majority of people joined in when the stream all of a sudden, when the price all of a sudden started going up? It's kind of funny. We were chilling here with the 300 real ones. Every single one of you, you know who you are. All of a sudden right now we got 850. We've had 8,000 people though. If you didn't press that like yet, we can instantly get this to 800. First of all, because we got more than 800 people, but also because there's been 8,000 people. So if you didn't press it yet, you know, you can help a brother out by pressing it. You don't have to, but you know, I'll forever be wondering why not. Oh. Hey, real question. Why is it up this much? Like, is the entire market moving up and I'm just missing all that? This is the total Oracle market cap. Here's XLM, which by the way is back at resistance right now. But actually, when you take a look at it from a 12-hourly perspective, also XLM is breaking out here. Oh, but XRP is looking so good here. Oh my days. Because right now we're getting past the most important resistance. This is the weekly. If this closes on Sunday. Oh my days. Tron is also breaking out. Don't worry about these little drawings right there. Oh my days. Algorand, yeah, just doing solid. Doing a solid, steady, medium pace. ETH still moving. By the way, I still think ETH is quite cheap, but again, that's just my own personal opinion. I'm not a financial advisor. And Bitcoin's dominance is being crushed. This is so nice. How's our main XRP bot doing? Oh, we're plus 60K. Amazing. How's our XP trade doing? Oh, we're plus 250K. Plus 250,000 US dollars. Amazing, amazing, amazing. You know, bump it down. I'll still like it regardless. It's like wakker worden zo, like 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗏𝗏. Oh man. I don't even know what to tell you right now. This is crazy. Am I awake? Hey, what is the probability that I'm sleeping right now? What is the probability that I am right now just in a state of just a new highly minded state that I cannot even describe to y'all in words because I don't even know myself, and this is all not happening? How high is that probability? I mean, I can give myself a couple of slaps, but maybe I know that I could give myself a couple of slaps, so that doesn't work because I'm at a different level. How do I know? Slap yourself. I need to know. No, think about this. Think about this properly. If you know that your answer to thinking if you're in a state is always to slap yourself, you're talking too much nonsense. You know, Ghost, I really appreciate you coming here. I really did. But we gotta, you know, we gotta respect the pump. Sometimes not interfere with it too much. Just see the pump as it is. All right. I'm just telling you, Ghost. I appreciate you coming. I really did. But there's not that much I can do. I can, if you're meaning I'm yapping too much and you prefer I get back to just drumming or something, this I could do. But you have to respect the pump. This is the only thing I can tell you right now. You need decaf? Bro, it's only 3:15 a.m. I have, by the way, I'm not really a big fan of energy drinks, but I did grab them in the lounge in my hotel. I would never drink a light Red Bull, but hey, I got it regardless. I thought, you know what? Maybe I'll want it, but no. I don't like, I'm not a big fan. You know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. I just feel like spraying a few dollars in the air. I don't know why I sprayed that like right in front of my face like that. But at least it smells nice. All right. By the way, Ray, when it comes to compounding, make sure you understand what you do. I don't know why I just did that. That looks so cool when people do that, but that's so inefficient. Yeah, I've learned a new lesson. XQX says, pump to what? Coming at the $5, appreciate that. That is a very hard question, X. Because honestly, I didn't expect the price to go this crazy already. Like, real talk. It's already way up higher than I kind of expected it to be. Eric says, can you explain the compounding that you are doing? No, I am not compounding. There's only one bot I'm compounding for, which is the challenge. I never compound because I don't like it too much. Why? Because again, for the videos here, for example, if I keep compounding, it keeps again taking away the grids and it keeps reinvesting the unrealized P&L. So when you look at it, nobody will know what I started with. So for example, this 50K bot right here, right? If I had compounded this, it would have made me more money, all right? At this point, it would have made me, instead of 60,000, maybe it would have made me 80,000, could be. But nobody would know because the actual investment would just be now, for example, 100,000. But then I have to explain every single time that I started with 50 and went up, went up, and up. So I prefer to just compound on one specific bot, the 10K to $1 million challenge. We put 10K inside. Right now it's almost at 30 in the last 2 months. By which the logic you can see, right? We opened this 66 days ago. We've compounded. It's up. We started with 10. Right now it's at 30, let's say. So we're up 200%. We did not compound this XRP bot, and it's up only 124%. We did not compound this XRP bot. It's up 120%. So by that rule, compounding was extremely, extremely good. But it also increases your risk. Obviously, it's logical, and it doesn't look as cool for the videos and for the stream. What's the name? It's a website I use called Pionex. Its link is in the description. It's the first link in the description always. Here it says, I've regretted selling so fast in the past. I'm in for the long run. Don't care if I lose. I'm taking that risk. Yeah, there's this post I was covering earlier, which again, I'm not your financial advisor. Do as you please. But Patoshi said, life is really short. Take a chance. Go long. And for that reason, I opened another little ETH long or Solana long, I think. Yeah, we opened a 34K Solana long here. And I added some more to a few others. But that was basically along the lines of, you know what? I ain't no little sussy, you know. What's the... I shouldn't say it like that, but like, I think my regret will be more if things start really, really sending and I'm not committed more than if we suddenly go down and I'm actually having to face the consequences. Because remember, guys, we are going up every single day. We can also have a good down day. And if you're overcommitted, overexposed, it will not be a fun day. I'm just reminding y'all, it doesn't have to be up every day. I mean, in bull markets, you do not expect the price to go down severely the next day or anything like that, but you should always be mentally prepared for in case it does, so you can act accordingly. If you're always expecting the price to fall, always expecting, you can never make gains because you'd always sell instantly, right? Sometimes there's this thing called believing in something. But then again, now in this case, we've seen such an outlier. The probability of going down is higher than going up, but then again, from the opposite angle, sometimes you just believe in something good enough and it just seems to come out true and you just make the craziest of gains ever because you are being a bit, crazy. It's the best way I can put it. Is that better? Is that worse? Well, that's for you to decide. Bitcoin right now is not doing too much. It's mostly a lot of alts going on their own. I made a post earlier today saying I feel like going all in on XRP here. I wonder what would have happened if I just went all the frick in. I wonder if I was all in, right? How much I'd sell based on that. Like, if you go all in and you're up, for example, 15%, would you just sell almost anything already? Because 15% on all you've ever had is a pretty crazy gain, right? And then you could, theoretically speaking, just play with the 15% and just go from there. I see you. What's up? What's up? You say, you're always positive. Great attitude, mate. You should see me when the market's going down like 1%. Oh, no, I'm not positive no more. I'm joking. No, I am. And the reason I am positive is because I believe in this stuff to the depths of me. So if anybody ever asks me, and I've said this for many, many years, I think we're going up so much higher. And again, remember, maybe like 2 weeks ago. No, it was more. This week, this trade a few months ago, maybe last month, I don't remember, was down $100,000, right? So I put money in, it was down 100K. And I said, just wait, just keep looking. You'll see this trade being plus 200,000. Last week, it was minus 20,000. And then all of a sudden now it's plus 200K. And I keep saying, well, it's like a minimum, at least to me. I'm not making any guarantees for you. But it's not really that high yet. I still think it's going to go way further. And again, people will laugh. Just as like how I said, many of these were at a loss, right? I said, just wait. We will see how much they will be up over time. Just give it time. We shall see. And a lot of people like to laugh. They always like to do that. I said, just wait. Let's see. Right? I said this would be up hundreds of thousands, probably millions of dollars, maybe even $10 million more. Sorry, more than $10 million over time. Right? Give it another year, give it another 2 years, 3 years, because I'll keep stacking these. It's going to be interesting. People like to laugh. People like to say, oh, whatever. But just give it some time. We're stacking these at a record pace. It's going to be interesting. Again, you have to know when to stop stacking, though, because in bad times, if the market does move down, you feel it. But in my opinion, this altcoin season is going to be the craziest thing that's ever happened to any one of us. I mean, I've been here for multiple altcoin seasons. I've been here every single day on this channel for the last 8 and a bit years. So one thing I can tell you is this is, in my opinion, basically a nothing burger. Soon enough, let me show you the post. This is so true. Where is it now? Here. You've stuck around for like the last 3 years, fully bear market, just to get to this moment, and you're currently getting outperformed by that friend in college who was way too addicted to freaking, I don't know, glue or something. And why? It's because they go a bit more degen mode, expecting the market to really pump up further. And if the timing is right and they get a bit of luck, they are right. Taken says, too much money, I might need a third wife. Wait, a third wife? Wait, what? Oh, wait, I should mute my mic, actually. I'm not sure what they're going to say. They're not picking up so fast. Water bottles to the room, please. All right. I'm getting new stacks of water. Where's the water I just grabbed? Here we go. Man, this is interesting to watch. Hey, Dusty, Solana's pumping? No, it's not, brother. I can see my soul trade being garbage right now, okay? So please don't ever tell me that. It's... Ooh, you're right. It's the last minutes. Okay. I take it back. Let's ape. We ape. By the way, whenever I say that, this is not financial advice. I'm just doing me. I'm just being fun. You know what? How much are we putting, guys? Let's go. We buy 5.5 million. I see. Haha. We take those. Sometimes I feel as, what if I just click it and just start praying? You know, like, what if? Obviously, I'm not gonna do that. But there's this. Some of these quotes always make me really funny. Like, nobody's an atheist at 100x leverage, or when they open the airdrop eligibility checker. There's another fun post. By the way, I'll remind everybody, I'm not your financial advisor. I will never make guarantees, but I think there's something kind of interesting. Atlas said, always take profits. In the trenches, in the crypto market, greed is your number one enemy. If the number is big enough to take a screenshot, take some out. Why not? You know, maybe change your life. If the number is big enough to tell your friends about it, maybe take some out, maybe. If the number is big enough to change your life, take it all out. That last part, again, not my favorite thing, because what are you going to do with that? But it's just different people have different opinions. I will state, indeed, that if you can... Where's the XP chart? You know, I really feel like FOMOing even more into ETH. Oh, we're going, but we're still so low. How's my Bybit doing? Give me a second to load this in. Oh, I have to log back in. This is annoying. Okay, I'll check on my phone. In the meantime, holy smokes, look at that. ETH is sending. It kind of feels like everything is following the XRP rally, by the way. Like, XRP went crazy, XLM went crazy, and all of a sudden, some of the coins are following along. Huh? My neck is hurting from sitting like a degen the whole time. This is annoying. Okay, that was a bit awkward. Come on. I just want to get some more. I didn't like the fact that the position is only 35. Give me at least 40. Come on, get me in. I'm not moving it, by the way. There's no way. If it's not, it's not. It was not meant to be. Oh, but I'm thinking of aping into ETH. This is so straight. No, it's moving up so hard. Why did it not buy my freaking order, guys? You seriously are going to do me like this? Seriously? This is seriously how it's going to go? You're not joking? You seriously want me to ape now? Everything is starting to go on a rally, except for BTC, huh? Bitcoin is slowly but surely creeping up. XRP is stalling. I'm going sideways right now. Oh, let the dogs out. Whoo, 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 whoo. How many of you guys are fans of ETH? Because when I asked just now, when we were talking about it, there's a lot of people who are like, Ethereum now. Who's for ETH? Who's against it? I asked early in the stream, like, who's a big fan of Bitcoin? Who's against it? And the comments were kind of funny. So I wonder now. All my Bitcoin went to XRP. Okay, then let's ask us. Hey, interesting. Price is breaking out again. But it's a 1 minute chart. But then again, we are breaking out again. So how many of y'all here are, how many of y'all have at least 1/3 XRP? Now, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't ask that. Maybe it's too personal. Maybe I should just say, because I don't want it to be like where you're doxing yourself too much by saying which coin you hold the most of. I don't think that's too smart for me to ask. Maybe it's better for me to ask it in a way of, would you be more happy if XRP went up? Or Bitcoin? Let's ask it like that. That's the best way to add it, maybe. More happy if XRP went up or Bitcoin? The reason I'm asking that is because I think in general, the people in crypto more are excited about Bitcoin, but I think specifically in our community, in our little chat here, it's skewed way more towards XRP. And I'll add ETH to the mix as well. XRP, ETH, or Bitcoin? I think boys. Where's my water, by the way? This guy's taking a long time with my water. Boys? Imagine he's just in front of the door listening, thinking, what is this guy? This guy is crazy. I'm not going to give him no water. He needs to dry out and chill out. By the way, I'll probably be streaming every single day. If you are enjoying the crypto streams, enjoying the crypto videos, make sure you press that subscribe button. You don't have to. It's not going to help me too much. But, you know, streaming every day, you might find it funny. You know, I'm on here every single day grinding out. Meow. So, sheesh. We've been here for 4 hours today. I don't know. And I streamed, what, a few hours earlier today as well. I think we've been streaming for at least, probably 5 or 6 hours throughout the day. But it's worth it because this is too much. This is too much, man. This is interesting. This is so interesting. You know how, in my opinion, how close we are to an XRP all-time high? It's crazy that it's in the pocket now. Like, it's coming so close. It's getting kind of scary. Get a job! You're right. I'll become a professional rock climber. How about that? Sheesh. You know what? I'm gonna do some little gymnastics. Oh. We've been sitting here for way too long. Okay, what is y'all's consensus? It is about 3:30 a.m. Do I eat an apple or do I leave it for the morning? And we're coming back down. What do y'all think? I can also be a bit more, this is gonna hit some people's triggers a little bit, you know, maybe. You guys are like, no, Dusty, you're the type of person that in the nighttime should eat a banana. What do you think? Ooh, we're coming back down. And we recovered. Ordered tacos? No, I just ordered 2 steaks like 3 hours ago. No, just before the stream, which is 4.5 hours ago actually. But I'm not that hungry. It's just, I saw them laying there. I just grabbed them from the lounge. Not too much sugar? All right. Wait, you just said not too much sugar, eat it. Wait, what do you mean? I thought... Apple is fine now. But then somebody else said apples are good for BM, so morning is probably better. I don't know what BM means. Oh. Mrs. XRP says apple a day makes XRP go up. I like that. But not working right now. Connor says, don't know if I should keep acquiring XLM or just keep buying XRP. To be honest, in terms of gains, they've been pretty similar. Like XLM has been outperforming it short term, but I think overall XRP still had been better. You could argue that XRP is way bigger, so relatively the gains could be smaller. But I'd argue that it's also way more popular. Like, if you go on the street and ask... If you go on the street and you ask people about, you know, a random coin they know, there will not be that many people that talk about Stellar XLM. There's a significant amount more people that talk about XRP. By the way, I have unlimited fruits. It's not as if they're not free to grab, right? I could just ask for a fruit plate and they'll come bring out everything. So it's not... It's just, I was, you know, talking about... Also... You know, yeah, I don't know. When do we sleep? Look at this guy talking about sleeping. Let's all laugh at him. No, don't bully anybody. I'm joking. When do we sleep, he says. You're not born of the same cloth. You think... Sleep? You're crazy? Times like this? I'm being fully real with you. I don't want to talk too loud because I'm afraid this water guy is going to be in front of the door, devastated with the fact that somebody's screaming at almost 4 a.m. in a luxurious hotel room, suite, I might add. You know, XRP been treating us well lately. You know. Anyway. So now I got to keep appearances high. If I was in a $7 a night motel, maybe they're used to something. They're probably used to a random guy, fiending in the middle of the night. But maybe this is more of a proper establishment. The average age is a bit older. You know, you can see that from the decor. Like the lamp. Maybe he thinks you have friends there, which would explain the copious amounts of water. The dubious amounts of water, matter of fact, that I've been ordering. Then again, I'm going to be real with you. If you're listening in front of this door and you're hearing somebody say, hey, and hearing like him talking in a monologue-y way, I think you must be even more concerned about what type of people are in that room. Oh, maybe he's with friends. But it's just one guy, and look what he's saying, and he's screeching all the time, and what? I don't know. Then again, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't judge at all. Maybe he's seen way worse. He's probably seen way worse. Right? Probably, right? Anyway, we got one more water to consume. Nothing is pumping no more though. We're coming back down. I guess ETH is still holding up. 34.42, 34.29. Adam says, my 50K is right now 330. Recently, girl broke up with me. She never knew my portfolio, and it'll definitely be her loss soon. I mean, man, if you think about it that way, I would just say it like this. It's her loss, regardless of your money, right? Especially if she broke up with you. But then again, if you needed some motivation to push your freaking portfolio to the max, show her at least $4 million, you know, by grinding it out. Why? Just to feel good. But then again, at the end of the day, it was her loss already. But just to prove it to her, you gotta make millions of dollars and become a little bit, you know, better looking, I guess. Maybe become bigger or something, you know? I don't know. But that's besides the point. Probably the $4 million would already work out pretty nicely, I think. But that's besides the point, right? In reality, but $4 million does help out. Anyway, okay, let's do another little vote. Do you guys think that throughout the next little while here, XRP will actually break 317, or it's going to be going all the way to $3 and potentially, just something like that? $3, let's say. Do we think 320 or $3? What do y'all think? This guy in front of the door can also be, if I'm just like, he's also going to be like, especially because I'm at the middle talking like this, and then he's he must be so confused. Oh, imagine he's already been standing there for about 10 minutes because the water's been taking a long time. He's been standing there just saying, "Oh, not sure if he should knock." I'm just trying to feel better. You'll get over it, dog. It might take some time, but there's a lot of people in this chat who know exactly. How can we help Adam get over his breakup, guys? What can we say to him? All right, maybe I'm not the best at this conversation. What would y'all say to Adam? He just said, let's go back to it. He said, "Bro, my 50K is worth 330 right now. Recently, girl broke up with me. She never knew my portfolio, and it'll definitely be her loss soon." Which again, I mean, what can we say to Adam right there? What do you guys think? Date XRP. What? Let's see. If you don't have kids with her, you're tripping. All right, that's the advice coming from a little bit further up, huh? We don't know how old Adam is, I guess. Adam, that wasn't your Eve. Does she own XRP too? Oh, and Mrs. XRP says, "I'm not available." Blake says, "Move on. Fastest way to get over a chick is to get under another." Not sure I always agree with that. It was meant to be, Adam. Yep, I agree with that. You're better off, no doubt. I agree with that as well. Okay, the advice is a bit all over the place, I see. Raphael says, "Be happy you at least had one girlfriend. Some of these guys never get even one." Damn, that's pretty interesting to think about. No kids with her, just feels bad. But XRP has opened so many doors. Only 32. Thank you all for the support. Yeah, the people are here for you. Mostly they're here to show XRP, it seems. But any pictures of her dog? What is wrong with you? Find your Eve. I mean, Adam, I'm not going to lie. You have the perfect name for this story, though. Hey, Adam, you dodged a little schmeckle right there. You only need one that knows your value. Keep looking. And indeed, I will say that again, she'll know soon. I'm gonna again once more say the money part, it'll come and go, because ultimately, if she stayed just because you were successful, you had money, I don't know if that's the nicest thing in the world. Yeah. Get a. You know, Nazir says you'll have no regrets. Sugar Baby says I'll be his new girlfriend. Yep, you're gonna attract those again. Get a sure. I met one with no teeth. I mean, you know, female is female, I guess. At the end of the day, if you think about it, no teeth is also quite an achievement to find. So from that angle, you got a pretty unique one, right? 𝗕𝗁𝗍𝗂 says that it's seen somebody already. Break out another. Okay, let's maybe stay away from Juan's points right there. Maybe let's not listen to him too much right there. Maga says, stay single. It's best advice. As someone with 4 kids and 4 baby mamas. You've been going at it, huh? Enjoy your peace. At least Mark wants to join you for a 2-man. Two-man. Okay. No teeth will make me cry. You know what? Did I miss something that Adam said? Wait, 32. No kids. All right. I mean, you're good then, I guess. You're pretty solid. I mean, you've got your coins. You know, the best thing is, it would have been a bit more sad if you say she took those coins with her, right? I mean, at least you got your coins. You're in a pretty good spot, matter of fact. You know, if you really start breaking it down, I don't want to be the guy to tell you, but theoretically speaking, you kind of saved yourself double. Because imagine you did get married, you might have lost half, but also another part is, you know, having a go, it costs money, dude. So right now, you get to focus even more on your coins. You're in a better mindset to stack it up. Like for your redemption arc, for the next couple of weeks or months, especially because you got to lock in right now. No distractions is pretty freaking good. So if you think about all the, all the potential extra gains, emotions aside, it's pretty good. Jay says, rule number 1, never tell anyone you have a crypto, especially your girlfriend or wife. Good in theory, very, very hard in the reality, because that's pretty big. Yeah, I never told you about the $24 million I got in the bank. Oops. You wondered how I got a new house and 2 Lamborghinis, a Ferrari. Yeah, I didn't know how to tell you. Oops. Yeah, that's a bit hard, right? Unless you never want to buy anything with it, or it's so little where you can hide it. But, in the reality of sorts, it's quite difficult to hide. Yeah. Not telling your significant other about, you could not go too deep into the amount, but not, it's quite difficult to get something like that. Juan says, this is from the book of Genesis, Dusty. I know what you're talking about. It was just a funny comment. Observer says, go to bed. I think we're good. Guys? I just now see they always give 2 separate waters. Is one mineral and the other is not? Or oh, never mind. I am the dumbest piece of ass you've ever seen on this planet. I was just holding them both the separate way. So every single time they give 2 this way and 2 the turned around way. I thought this didn't happen. I should have not told you. Oh, sometimes I should just keep these things to myself. Oh, okay. Anyway. Water guy finally decided to knock on the door after sitting here for like 2 hours. I mean, know, he had to get the water from freaking the Angolian pot, so it's okay, you know. Let me put the D&D on the door now. Okay. 𝗕𝗘𝗪𝗧𝗏𝗍𝗔𝗠𝗠𝗘𝗏. So does this guy just live in a hotel room? In a hotel suite? I'm going to keep that one in. I'm going to keep saying that just because I can. But yes, I mostly do, matter of fact. To get back to the point. Again, why, you might ask? Because I can. It's literally that simple. I just go from country to country. Is that Switch controllers? I don't even know what you're talking about. Where? On the table? Where would one potentially see Switch controllers? Like, where am I looking at? Pal says, we are the new 1%. Everyone I speak with knows nothing about crypto and where it's going. Yeah, the funny thing is, in a few months, there's a high likelihood, not guaranteed, but high likelihood, that that's all changing. And then all of a sudden, people go crazy. Hey, boys, by the way, I will request one more thing. If you right now could take the time to help me out here real quick. How, you might ask? Well, let me quickly find it. So, YouTube decided to take my previous stream down. If you're wondering, if, for example, I stop uploading for more than a day, I upload once, twice, 3 times a day, I'm going to stream every single day. If all of a sudden I'm gone, it's because they took down my channel or they banned me from posting. Why? It's probably an automated system that does that. How can I fix it? I can tag YouTube creators a lot of times, and if people keep tagging them, there's a high probability that they will look into it. But right now, they just banned my video and they're not looking into it, and I can't do anything. I just can keep it stacking up more views, but if nobody's really commenting and tagging them, it's not going to work. That's why I asked all y'all a few times already, like, hey, maybe if you've got a minute or so, just tag them, and maybe they'll come back to the decision. I'm not so afraid. I don't care about the stream, obviously, about the one from before. They don't need to reinstate it, but I'm just afraid that the next one, I would not be able to upload for a week, which also is okay. Awful, but okay. But afterwards, the problem is, you know, what do you do then? Because your channel might be gone, so that's just awful. Anyway, I made a second channel for it. But just, you know, if all of a sudden you see nothing, you can always check out either my Instagram, my TikTok, or my Twitter, where I'll be posting a lot more then. Where's everybody watching from right now? Actually, good question. We've been streaming for a little while. I mean, I started this stream 4.5 hours ago. A lot of the people have probably gone to bed that are in the US, and probably a lot of Europeans have now woken up. We've got Lithuania. We've got Vegas. What else have we got? We got Cali. Oh, we got Americans still in. Your mom's place. Where would that be? That's a good question. Which country is that? You don't even know. Los Angeles, Germany, UK, Wisconsin, Puerto Rico, nice. Slovenia, Indianapolis, Phoenix, Arizona, Dallas, Texas, Bulgaria, UK just got up. Nice. Slovenia, Perth. Yeah, so we got a lot of Australians here today, I see. Michigan, Northern Cali. Mexico. Oh, you're in the trenches with me, huh? Is there nobody? Brazil, Argentina, something like that. Panama. Dubai. Nice. Juan says, can't sleep with this pump. I understand. Entiendo, hermano. Nigeria, okay. KL, Japan's 95. Australia, Albert, Canada, Habibi, Netherlands, 𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓. Did someone say Sacktown, the Bay Area back down? All right. Antarctica. Sometimes I wonder if people really are, because I mean, you can travel to Antarctica. I wonder if you're really like on the boat, just chilling, texting that, watching a stream. But Star says, I literally went to sleep and woke up and you're still on. Watch it from Ghana. You slept for like 4 hours, or you mean the stream from earlier in the day? But you see, if you want to make it to the top of the top, I've told you before, you got to put in those hours. And the problem is, normally, if I'm not with y'all here, I'm actually doing a lot more digging, a lot more searching, a lot more strategizing. Now, we're mostly just chatting, having a good time while we're watching the XRP trades or ETH trades or whatever, do some good numbers. But in reality, all I got to do is actually just sometimes pull like some of my friends. For example, Salsa here said, many people, including me, are realizing they need to be long on ETH. Why? Mostly FOMO. But then again, also, people like Salsa. You know, I just want you to realize, Salsa is also known for having astronomical sized trades and sometimes wrecking it all very, very quickly, but also sometimes winning hard. And that's the thing, right? People here, especially on CT, people like to make millions of dollars in a week and then potentially also lose millions. But that's also just the game, right? If you are good with just your one entry, for example, now on ETH, right? And you do not get wrecked on a small little move, but you just get lucky on one of those next moves ups, right? You just make generational wealth in just one move sometimes. And that's what people usually are going for. Same for this XRP move now from $3 to $3.15. There is some person right now, there's probably multiple, who retired off of this 5% move. And you're not understanding it because maybe your sizes are different, right? Sometimes it just, some people are just built a bit, you know, bigger than you maybe. Anyway, so, yeah. You know, I'm not saying you should do anything. Ultimately, it's all your own damn freaking choice. I'm not your financial advisor. I'm not your dad. You know, I'm just saying, a lot of people like to often say, yeah, but I need this type of price. I need that type of price. It's all relative. There's a person who's starting with very, very little, who's probably making such good use of every single small step in the XRP price, Bitcoin price, whatever, that is able to retire his entire freaking African village off of just a 10-cent move in XRP. And there's somebody who will not be able to do it off of a 3x XRP, right? It might triple in price and still you're not able to achieve nothing. Puerto Rico, puñeta. The pump doesn't sleep. If only. If only. I mean, you know, the funnier thing, I always get so scared when YouTube gives like a big yellow or something like that. Makes me afraid that they've done us. Anyway, I really start thinking here more and more and more about what if all of a sudden we're just back at an all-time high. Then what? Like, do you guys have a proper strategy for when it hits an all-time high? And I don't like to say if, I like to say when, which is not objectively true, right? But, you know, what will you do when? And when I speak of it like that, when I always say when I say, what are you going to do? I realize I need to be more long. That's always what I keep thinking of. Like, I should open even more. I should go crazy. I should go. Because, again, if I'm so convinced it's going to happen, again, I make no guarantees for you, but that's the way I think about it. Then why don't I commit a bit more? Just so when the market does move up, oh, it's going to be a real big treat. By the way, I have breakfast as well. If somebody wants to join me, I always have multiple breakfasts. But there's a problem. I am waking up to go to no breakfast. All right, I've not seen the breakfast in most of the hotels I stay at, which is a fun flex. But I don't know why I always decide to stream so late. It's now 4 a.m. I'm in the freaking midst of battle. I'm ready to take on some freaking XRP bears, I was going to say. Oh, Detective says, anyone know the name of his backup YouTube channel we spoke of earlier? I'd highly recommend to just keep informed with my Twitter. But because I have so many channels, the problem is, which one am I going to post on? I was thinking, should I make a new channel? Or should I just do it on one of my older ones that I don't use anymore? And the one I have, one of them is called Altcoin Degen. But the moment I get banned, I might as well just put it in the description somewhere. I hope that's a possibility. And I'll find it in a bit, and then I'll tag it somewhere, right? But just give me a little bit of time. Let me cook. I don't think we're gonna get wrecked overnight here. At least I don't hope so. Otherwise, I'll post it on my Twitter as well, so you'll be able to see it on there. Now that you know this, with this knowledge, just check my Twitter. But if I have not made a video in the next 14 hours, you better know they've taken me, all right? Because I'm here. I'll find the channel real quick. My other channel is this one right here. I just made it real quick because I posted some meme coin videos on there last year. ETH all-time high not too far away. I really think the craziest of markets is going to start once we do get that ETH all-time high. But it doesn't feel as if it's that close. Honest truth, it feels a bit far away still. But also, I have a little bit of a predicament now. I really want to just head off, go to bed for a little bit, for a few hours, and then check back in the morning. But then on the opposite side, I'm also thinking, damn, what if I go to bed right now and the market just starts moving, just starts going crazy? What do you think of SOL? I'll be buying some more SOL as the price goes down here. Because SOL right now, the way I think about it is it's super, super low relative to the rest of the market. It's not going up at all. And I just want to get a good size position going, but I don't want to ape in too hard. I just aped 50K today. And then if the price moves down lower, we'll get a juicy buy-in. Maybe at, maybe 150 or something like that. But I think even at 168, I'll probably have a good position set as well. But the layering is going to start. The TWAP is going to start. Then again, whenever I do that for coins that I'm like, I don't know if they're going to go pretty quickly or not, I sometimes think, why don't I just open bigger bots for them instead of doing it this way? Like, for example, for ETH, I'm thinking, instead of opening straight up longs, just open like a 100K ETH bot or something. Times 5 would be, a nice $500,000 for that. Because it's like holding ETH anyway, but then with hopefully bigger upside. But then the counter is, if you're wrong, it's going to be not a funny time for a little bit. But then again, it's ETH, right? So even now, I think I should just, maybe even from just our entry, like 173 here, just keep, this is what I'm thinking, right? Just keep slowly adding, but I could also sleep. So this is an interesting predicament, because what I could do is I actually could build a pretty sized trade here. For example, we try to get in about a $1.5 million Solana trade in here, for example, but just keep adding here, hopefully where it will switch actually up before 169. We get a good sized trade in, potentially average around that level, and then see a quick flip. Could be interesting for SOL. But then again, whenever I think of those strategies, I keep thinking, why don't you just go harder on ETH? Why not skip all the hard parts and just buy ETH when it seems to be in the season again? But yeah, we're not buying anything anymore today because it's too late. in the sense that if you're buying something now, it's going to be out of FOMO instead of out of good tactics. Y'all, it's time to go to bed. It's time to hit the sack. If something crazy happens, we'll see in the morning. I'm not putting no alarm for no crazy prices. Even an all-time high cannot wake me up. Unless... No, an all-time high would wake me up for sure. I have so many freaking alarms for all these prices. But boys, I'll see you guys again tomorrow for another stream. If the price does something wild, I'll be back instantly with a stream the moment I wake up. Somebody says, leave your stream running. No, I don't do none of that. I'll just open up another stream if something crazy happens. Yeah, because again, the problem with letting my stream run is that a lot of people will not know if something happens. So I think it's better to just open a new one if something happens. It's the only annoying thing is that the chat box leaves, right? You guys can't chat with each other no more. You can always join in, maybe like Discord or something. We have a couple of cool people over in there. You might want to talk to them if you still want a little place to chat with people. Sleep for dinner. Yep, gonna have a nice little rest. Make sure you put that subscribe bell on because tomorrow we're gonna be back with yet another cool stream. And if the price is something crazy, at least we're all together here, vibing, having good times, enjoying, and helping Adam with his wives. All right, lads, you guys have been amazing. It was a good stream. I really wish we could do this every single day. This is good stuff. And I know it's gonna be crazier tomorrow. I feel it already. I'm ready for tomorrow.